lost. There's always a hope. Rise and fight.
Greetings. Welcome everybody to yet another BSL event here. We are on BSL16 group number B, and joining me today is my good buddy, gamer, StarCraft player extraordinaire. We have Dan Nyoken here. Dan, what's up, bro? How you doing, man?
I'm good, man. I'm excited for today's group because if you watch BSL every season, I call this player to go all the way to the finals, and he's here again, Dewalt. But he's got formidable opponents in his group. He's got DuGu, who took down Miku last season. So I think there is a chance that he could get knocked out because Dewalt's kryptonite every single season is those cheesy Zergs, and that's what DuGu did to Miku.
Those cheesy Zergs, man. He does it. He's got incredible muta control from what I remember last season. Not afraid to do like kind of the riskier 2-hatch versus Protoss style. So it could prove to be a problem. It could prove to be he could be one of the players that gives Dewalt, a bigger issue. So I share those sentiments there. But you know what? Dewalt, he's our foreign hope, man. He's in Korea as we speak. He's gonna pull it together. I'm cheering Dewalt all the way here. But as you said, we got Dewalt, we got DuGu, we also got UltrA, very formidable Terran player from South America. We got Ptak, definitely a fan favorite as well. He's been around the scene, been competing. I mean, you see the medals right in his picture. Whenever you're strutting 4 medals on your chest, WCG medals, you kind of know what you're doing for sure, man. So could be anybody's group here, but to kick things off here, it's going to be Dewalt going up against Ptak in a good old Protoss versus Zerg matchup here. So should be pretty fun.
Well, those medals get heavy machined. You think that's why Ptak just lets these fools take down BSL so he doesn't get another medal and just weigh down his neck even more? You think that's what he does?
He'll start having neck problems. You gotta suddenly you got 50 pounds like hanging off your neck every day. It could be an issue. Yeah, what a nice guy. Exactly. Let someone else carry the weight. Oh man, this should be fun though. Best of 3 between these two. It's hard not to say Dewalt wouldn't be the favorite here going up against Ptak, but Ptak, kind of a player who's known for playing a little off the wall, especially in Zerg versus Protoss. I'd say he really likes very heavy muta styles. I've seen him go, kind of that 5-hatch or 4-hatch muta even into like 5-6-hatch muta with like +1 armor upgrades. But honestly, one of the qualities that I fear most in Dewalt's Protoss versus Zerg is his Corsair retention and Corsair control. So he's definitely not a player who's going to be caught off guard with a type of like mass muta play, mid game, late game. So it could prove to be a little difficult for Ptak to handle here. It looks like map number 1 we will be getting into is going to be Butter. Pretty standard map at this point, been around for a season already. 2-player map. I think if it ends up going ultra late game here, it's kind of Protoss's map to split and just kind of hang on to half the map, and could prove to be a little tough for Zerg later on. But that being said, there's plenty of room for Zerglings to be run by. There's plenty of counter pathways around the map. So there should be some possibilities here for Ptak to kind of throw Dewalt off his game.
Yeah, he definitely could. He's definitely an aggressive player, and with it being Butter, it's a 2-player map. He can get there quite quickly, and he knows where his opponent is, obviously. So
yeah,
I think our players are ready, so let's get into game 1. It's Butter, Dewalt versus Ptak.
And spawning at the top right as the red Zerg, we have CWT Ptak.
Yep, and in the bottom right, we have the one and only Mr. Dewalt.
Both players part of the same team, obviously here. Have probably played like, I don't know, a couple thousand games against each other fairly regularly, I'm sure. So each player really going to be familiar with the other's style here. It's going to be tough to kind of hide things. But we'll see what we got going on here. We already see a probe moving out to that natural expansion here for Dewalt. Keep in mind this is a pretty wide natural for the most part. It's also a map that allows for some kind of trickier play from Protoss. We see a lot of like cannon rushes, or at least we were seeing that last season of BSL behind the Zerg's natural, because there's some good placement for it. But obviously with that probe going back into the main, Dewalt kind of showing he's, fine to just play a standard, match here going into game one.
Yeah, and I'm always curious how the Protoss versus Zerg meta has changed in the past few months. Is anybody going to go for a Forge? Are they going to go for a Gate? Dewalt strikes me as someone that goes for Gate more often than Forge, but this time around, it is a Forge. So he's going to just play passively here. I think this is a smart move if you feel like you're the big favorite, which I think Dewalt probably does feel in this particular matchup. No reason to, miss micro Zealot, not get the trades that you want. Instead, just go for the passive play, rely on the cannons. You're not going to die with cannons. So I like this move. We do see both players scouting pretty much at the same time. We can see Ptak hiding that drone at the top. So he's going to try and get this hatchery down, and the probe just barely misses.
Oh my gosh, I've not seen that. That was so cool, hiding that drone. This was actually an 11 pool out of Ptak here, which I'm not super familiar with in this matchup. So, I don't know, maybe, I guess he's just getting a couple extra drones, get that little extra eco boost. But I'm surprised you wouldn't go for like a hatch first if you're getting such a late pool here. We'll see how this goes. Gas steal? Okay, we said it, man. Ptak does some odd stuff sometimes that can really throw you off your game. And if he ends up going for some kind of two-base play and shuts off Dewalt's, gas, it's kind of hard to build Corsairs without any Vespian gas.
Well, we'll see how this plays out. I'm not really a big fan of this gas steal, but it will stagnate his build for a while. But he didn't open gate. That's the thing. He's not rushing the gas anyways. I feel like he'll be able to just put down his assimilator at the natural and mine there. I guess really all he's doing is making sure that this guy doesn't rush a second gas. But I think Dewalt doesn't necessarily mind if he has a fast second gas or not. Regardless, Ptak has decided he's going to go for third hatch at another base at top left and getting gas at basically the same time. Well, this is interesting because now Dewalt pulls 3 probes for this, and all of a sudden this is a big deal.
Yeah, I don't know why he's pulling the 3 probes there. I thought you were spot on with your analysis. Like, if he just pulled the probes to the natural, started mining that gas right away, I guess, it wouldn't inhibit much, but, he's losing 3 probes worth of mining right now, so it's noteworthy.
Yeah, 3 probes is definitely no joke, and he's kept his probe alive the entire time in the main, so he could have just rallied a Zealot to the main and just taken down the gas slowly but surely, but, Dewalt plays Protoss, I don't. He's clearly an expert at this situation. He's decided that this is going to be the move, and you can see he did take his natural gas. The extractor is finally going to fall down in just a second, and this really was impactful. He, of course, sacked a drone for this, but Protoss pretty much sacking 3 probes, so good trade for Ptak. And you were mentioning mutas being Patak's tech choice. I don't see any big building that signifies a Hydra Den, so probably is going to be that Spire.
Yeah, he really does, at least, from the games I've seen of him pretty regularly. He loves his muta play. He has very solid muta control, and if you're not familiar with those off timings, he will catch good Protoss players with very solid muta timings. So Dewalt, though, not going to be, too caught off guard from that, I'm sure.
Well, one thing I noticed is Ptak also never got speed on his links, so this probe has just been able to scout the whole time, actually harassing the drones while microing the Zealot in the center of that. And actually, one of the Lings split off, so this Zealot could take down all 3 of those Lings. He does turn around, almost pops one of them, and Ptak is going to need to start building some Lings, otherwise these 2 Zealots might start racking up some kills.
Yeah, he could use another 4 or 6 Lings. Okay, we are seeing the other 4 Lings join the fray here. This has been quite the big supply block, though, I gotta say, from Ptak. Kind of stuck at 27 supply here for a little bit. Stacking a little bit of money as well. There we go. A couple Overlords finished. Now he's able to get that drone count up for his 3rd base here. And yeah, with that Spire going down, the main is obviously going to be some type of Spire opener. Whether he goes into Muta or just Scourge transitions into Hydra, we'll have to wait and see. But that is a very fast Corsair going towards Ptak's base here.
Yeah, I didn't see very many isolated Overlords in that area, though, so maybe he'll get, like, 1? Okay, maybe he'll get 2, but this... Oh, wow, the Spire's only halfway done, so he may get actually 3 or so. He's going to definitely get the 2 in the main. If he goes to the natural, might get another one. And these Lings that Ptak built, I think this is a decent amount of Lings. I don't think he overbuilt, but he can't attack in here. And behind the Corsairs, we see a relatively quick 2nd gate. So Dewalt's going to follow this up with maybe like a 9 or so Zealot attack.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty solid choice here. We do have plenty of Overlords, at least for Ptak. He's not going to be, even after this next Overlord dies, it's not going to be a significant supply block. But man, that Spire, he might get 3 Overlords here. Because that Spire is still not complete. Normally, you can kill an Overlord in about the time it takes Scourge to build. It's kind of just a thing to note. Yeah, he might actually get 4. Oh man. This is already just devastating damage here from Dewalt. And yep, we're seeing the 9 Zealot move out. You called it. No sunken at the 3rd. I'm not seeing a sunken at the natural. I mean, he's going to need Muta probably to defend this.
Yep, but that SimCity is pretty good at top left. That was like really solid, and I don't think he's going to break this, assuming he morphs those instantly. You need to morph them. What? He just left.
Yeah, he must have just been caught off guard. You know, it happens. The supply blocks, you know, ended up proving to be pretty devastating. So with that, it looks like game number 1 going to Dewalt against Ptak here. Man, you know, in hindsight, I don't know if the gas steal in the main of Dewalt ended up being worth it. Kind of like you said, it almost seemed to throw off Ptak's own Spire timing more so than it really affecting Dewalt's Corsairs, you know?
Yeah, I'm not sure because that Spire seemed really late. Well, it's not seemed, it definitely was when there's 3 Corsairs in your main and your Spire's not done. So maybe that's a small adjustment if Ptak makes it in the 2nd game. You know, if he's not going to lose 4 or 5 Overlords, he's not going to be perma sitting at 35 supply in just 12 lanes. But sometimes that happens. I mean, it's also Dewalt, right? You could already be in panic mode, I need to do something special, and it just didn't work out this time.
I mean, you kind of hit the nail on the head there, man. Like, when you're playing against someone like Dewalt, Voneth, Oya, Ziki, like, you feel like just having a solid opener isn't good enough, right? You're always looking for little edges because you need it against players that are just that dominating. And yeah, I don't know, man. Dewalt is just... he breaks you mentally, I feel like, without even trying sometimes, you know? Oh,
well, it's going to be Ptak's map pick, and I like BSL's map pool this season. You're the Zerg expert here. If you want to play ZVP, what map am I picking?
I mean, I like, you know, bigger maps for Zerg, more bases, like, better chance to get a good split on the map. So, Vermeer, always going to kind of be my pick, to be honest with you. And I think it's just a strong map in general for Zerg versus Protoss specifically. You know, I think that's kind of a map that most Zergs would agree. You know, you see Ziki pick it a lot whenever he has like map choices or is down a game and hasn't played that map yet. I think it's kind of the answer here.
Yeah, I think Vermeer being in the ladder pool right now, it's likely that it's going to be picked. However, if I was Ptak, I'm going Zerg at Breakers, man. I'm going circuit breakers, prevent Protoss from getting that easy third gas, make them take the mineral only. I don't want to face 3, 4, 5 gas Protoss. I want them to be sitting on maybe 5 bases, but 2 of them being mineral onlys. So I'm hoping Ptak picks circuit breakers, also because we haven't seen it yet this season.
Yeah, you're right. You know, when I think circuit breakers, honestly, I think Eon Zerg. Eon Zerg has some of the best Zerg style on circuit breakers, specifically in this matchup. The reason why I don't think Ptak would pick it, okay, we know it is Vermeer, but it doesn't really, it's not a big muta map for whatever reason in this matchup. But, you know, the mineral only that you're normally taking won't lend you the third gas that allows you to kind of transition as Zerg into mid-late game PvZ or ZVP. So yeah, it looks like Ptak going to go with the safe, solid choice here. Vermeer, as you mentioned, been around for a while. It's a good, solid map in the current ladder map pool, so everyone's got plenty of practice on it. And yeah, with that, it looks like we are ready to go here. Game number 2, Dewalt going up against Ptak on Vermeer, and let's check it out. And spawning top left as the red Protoss, currently up 1-0, it is Dewalt.
And in the top right, our blue Zerg, it's Ptak. And Zero informed us in the background that one of the reasons we're not seeing circuit breakers is because Dewalt said, hell no, you don't get it. He vetoed it. So
wow,
I think Vermeer's
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting ban, but, you know, I guess, you know, Dewalt obviously sees something in it, so it's got to be a good one.
Well, I still like Vermeer for Ptak because actually Ptak has pretty darn good macro if he can actually get to the mid-late game. Like, he really does have a lot of hatches, and I know he likes to build ultras. If you want to build ultras, obviously you need to have a lot of gas, and every base on this map has gas. So if Ptak can get to that 20-minute mark, I could see a real slugfest with really high tier units from his side.
Yeah, I absolutely could as well. I mean, it's the map lends itself to that you know, style even. I think this is also very fortunate because Ptak, or Dewalt rather, scouting the wrong way with the first probe. You know, that's kind of a big deal. Not being able to block a natural, not having that additional scouting information to maybe, you know, make a nexus before a cannon or something like that. And actually, we even see Dewalt sending out a second probe now to confirm. Once again, this is an 11 pool from Ptak. I don't see this very often in this matchup, but it seems like maybe a build he's specifically prepped here for Dewalt. Dewalt coming into that natural with the probe here. Sees the second Overlord and chooses to block. He knows this isn't a 9 pool because of that second Overlord timing. And yeah, catches the drone right away. Ptak going to have a very hard time putting down this hatchery at his natural. He might even have to forfeit it and go to the third. Okay, probe's a little weak. Oh, good block by Dewalt. Oh my gosh, just perfect control with this probe. But he does forfeit it. Okay.
He does get it down, so it's not the biggest delay, or not the worst scenario for Ptak. What was it, delayed me like 10 to 15 seconds?
Yeah.
Not a big deal. And probe gets in, of course. He's going to scout and see that, okay, this guy only built 4 links, and then there's only 2 being sent across the map. So he's not going to have to build that second cannon. He's going to be able to put down that nexus instantly. Gateway going to be coming in just a second, and there's... Actually, that gas is not as fast as I thought. I was expecting it to be around like 230 and went down at 245.
Yeah, it was like 243, something like that. But still, you know, basically as Zerg, as long as it's before 245, you're good to go Spire. And your Spire should be in time to defend the first Corsair, as long as, you know, I mean, I saw a little bit of delay getting those drones to the gas and all that, but if you do it perfectly around 245, you are normally good. So Ptak looking all right here.
Well, I gotta say, this style that we're seeing from Ptak is actually my favorite style in Zerg versus Protoss, which is the split map potential third hatch at the natural of another main. So if we can get to late game, he's gonna have access to 4 bases. He just has to get there. We can't let the Corsairs rack up 4 Overlord kills and just kill us before we can even get to pretty much anything, you know. So we'll see if he can actually secure this. However, that is a another base that you're going to have to defend. If a Zealot sneaks over there, DT sneaks over there, he's going to have to keep a watchful eye because the DT, we know, can swipe down a lot of drones real quick.
Absolutely. I mean, it is tough. The reason why I don't think you see this style, from Zerg as often anymore is because look at that distance, right? It's so hard to defend both your natural and that very far third from something like that 9 Zealot opener we saw from Dewalt last game. The rallies are just so far apart. So, but if you can hold it, man, that third transitioning into a very easily defended fourth, you have 4 gases off that. It's like a Zerg's dream at that point.
Yeah, it's going to be, the onus is going to be on Protoss to read what Zerg is doing. If Zerg's building units, you got to build those cannons up. If they're building drones, you have to do something, whether you're taking a fast third base or go for a bust. I really like the 8 gate plus Reaver bust versus somebody that's spamming a ton of Sunkens. We'll see what Ptak actually opts for, though, because right now, I think we're too early to actually have a determination just yet. I see the Stargate Corsair just... No, that's not the Corsair that popped out. That's another pylon. But Corsair is going to be coming out pretty soon. And are there any open or isolated overlords anywhere on the map? No? Okay, at the natural.
Yeah, at the natural. That's fine. I think Zerg is okay with 1 sacrificial overlord, at least, compared to last game for sure. +1 looks like rain or air attack being researched by Dewalt, and a robo facility. Whoa, I wonder if that's a read he's made, kind of from what you were saying, almost as if he's expecting to transition to Reaver and bust Sunkens.
Yeah, I know Ptak really does like Sunkens. He tries to defend for a long time, get to those ultras, and I think this is, if it ends up being mass Sunkens, this is one of the ways you can bust a Zerg that spams, 5-6 Sunkens at their third base, and he's rushing it real fast. If he's going to go for it, though, he needs to start putting down a lot of gateways, too. He can't just attack with, 1 group of Zealots and 1 Reaver. It's got to be a lot of stuff. So, right now, it does look like it could be that.
We are seeing a little bit of a supply block already from Ptak. I guess maybe he just canceled a building. But yeah, this Overlord's going to hurt a little bit. Kind of a Ling pressure, but that is a full wall with 2 cannons from Dewalt, so he should not be super concerned about any kind of Ling pressure at the moment. 5th hatchery going down here for Ptak. No second gas yet. Still not seeing a Hydra Den. And first Scourge are kind of moving across the map here. Might be able to catch this Corsair. If so, that would be huge. Yes! Ooh. Oh, wow. That's big, actually. That's very, very good here for Ptak. Every single Corsair you're able to pick off really prevents Protoss from safely moving out, for that much longer, basically. You really don't want to move out with Corsairs until you have that 5-6 Corsair count with +1, or else you could just get overrun by Scourge, which are way more cost efficient.
Well, it is Sunken Man, and there is a shuttle, but is there a support bay anywhere? I think at the top left of Dewalt's main, there is the shuttle, or the support bay, and there it is. So it is going to be Reaver, and it is just going to be... It's actually going to be a really fast Reaver. A lot of times when I see this, we're approaching like 150 supply with mass goons to support the Reaver. Instead, it's just going to be Corsairs only trying to support this Reaver with just Zealots. And if we look at what Ptak has, honestly, he has nothing to deal with the Reaver. It's just Scourge.
I mean, if he does catch that shuttle, with a couple Scourge, that obviously could almost be like a game over scenario. But very tough to do. Dewalt is, just an expert at, controlling these units. His Corsair control is insane. As I say that, I see the Scourge kind of moving towards the shuttle.
The Corsairs aren't moving with them, so this was a very lucky shuttle.
Yeah, it definitely was. He scouted it out kinda with the Zealots, but it's not like they were going to do anything to these Scourge. And here we go, Reaver down at the natural. It's just Lings here, unfortunately. Scourge getting a single Corsair, 2 Corsairs, but the shuttle, unfortunately, is still alive. At least now the Corsair count's so low that 2 more Scourge will easily be able to take down that shuttle. Oh!
Ptak should hold this. He should hold this. Those should be mutas being built. And this was a mistake from the Dewalt. He really underbuilt Corsairs went too early, and now, even with the Zealots following up, I mean, all Ptak really had to do was build 3 more Sunkens and 2 Mutas, and he holds this easily. And look at bottom right, that's another base going up. So that's going to be 4 base Zerg with Hive pretty soon. I think we saw Hive going down in the main. Meanwhile, or no, we don't have Hive. But meanwhile, look at Protoss's build. He built a second Stargate. I mean, Zerg has 4 gases. He can build 1 billion Mutas.
Man, yeah, I don't know. This is almost going to be I feel like this is going to be a very committed next timing here from Dewalt. He's not going to try to take a third. He's going to build that Corsair count up and look to bust with Reaver Sair. Huh.
Yeah, this is really weird. Actually, I'm not too sure what Dewalt can do because he missed his gateway flood timing. He's building all these cannons, which, I mean, Ptak, yeah, he showed mutas, but he doesn't have to build more mutas. He doesn't have to do anything. He can just sit there and build drones. Meanwhile, Dewalt's in the dark. We can actually see Ptak's almost even in supply, which is not a good sign for Protoss right now. So this is Ptak's game to lose. I mean, it is Drone Man, so he's got tons of eco.
I feel like I've seen this style out of Ptak before, and he prefers to stay on Muta. He's going to try to overpower Dewalt with pure upgraded Muta Scourge. And off 4 gas, it can work. Like, it should work, almost. So yeah, I don't know, man. Dewalt is going to have a very hard time getting cost efficiency out of this Reaver just because it can't get anywhere on the map.
Yeah, I mean, when I play Zerg, I like to troll with mass mutas. And honestly, +1 weapon Corsairs doesn't cut it often. I wouldn't hate it if I saw, what's the building? A fleet beacon. I wouldn't hate to see +2 weapon on his Corsairs, but you have to know with complete certainty that the guy is going mass mutas. I mean, there's already a Hydrogen on the map. You don't know what Ptak is doing because you have no vision. Right now, we don't know what Ptak is doing because he's still building drones. Here comes Dewalt, and he's actually hitting at a pretty good timing because what's this, 8 Sairs versus just 8 mutas?
All the mutas are bruised now too. That was a very good catch there from Dewalt, and yeah, I don't know. This could almost be a timing now. Now that those mutas are so softened up, unless we get some good connections with the Scourge here, very nicely done here from Ptak. And yeah, once again, now that's, I mean, Dewalt's got to turn around.
That's shut down. I think all Dewalt can do now is maybe get like 2 more Archons. Then that can really support the army quite a lot.
Oh.
No, he bled off another Corsair. So Ptak really just relying heavily on the Scourge, and he's getting the connections of his life. He's got a huge drone cycle at bottom right. I would really like to see him start teching into Hive or put down more macro hatches or something. Right now, finally, we see the first few Hydras, but look at his supply. He's probably got like at least 60 drones. Oh my god, they all connect on the Scourge. That means that the Reavers can't even unload.
Very well done here from Ptak. I mean, geez, he's got such good sunken count as well. I don't think Dewalt really wants to engage this, even though his zealot count is so high. Man, very, very well done here. I'm shocked, honestly, at how well Patak's playing.
Yeah, I think that going for the Reaver that quick really backfired. Like you said, there just wasn't enough air support. Now, that's an ambitious patch replacement, but
I don't think so, man. I think Protoss needs to get off the map now. You know what I mean?
To run right now because those mutas just get free hits, and Ptak has like 8 hatch production.
Yeah, if you're Dewalt, I don't know what you do at this point. I mean, he can just start trying to take a 3rd base, but you know, as you see, Ptak's taking a 5th. He's got 4 secured. He's transitioning into more of that mass Hydra. Probably has Lurker tech on the way as well. Should be going to Hive tech. This is going to be a tough game for Dewalt to come back from.
Well, he's setting up for a 3rd base, and the fact that Ptak really hasn't done any like actual damage to Dewalt's eco does make me a little worried that he hasn't really gotten much done. Yes, I realize he killed 1 billion Corsairs, but he hasn't actually attacked Dewalt at any point. This is going to finally be the first attack, but there's so many Zealots. I think that the Zealots should be able to hold the Hydras The Archon's dealing a lot of damage, a single Corsair dealing a decent chunk of damage too, but a few too many mutas left over. Finally we see some Dragoons, so that's going to get cleaned up. And Dewalt is going to have 3 bases pretty soon, and we're still stuck on just Lair Tech.
Yeah.
I don't even know if he has Lurkers.
I mean, he definitely needs... He should use that other whole group of mutas to be harassing right now, and he definitely needs to go to Hive Tech at this point. Do we only have 1 Evo chamber as well?
Yeah, I think it is just 1 Evo at bottom right, and with it being Vermeer, also think about Dewalt's 4th base. It's going to be his 3rd right next to his main, so it's going to be 4 base Protoss where they don't have to really move very far to get between the bases. So actually, even though obviously the beginning was the dream scenario for Ptak, I feel like Dewalt is still in an okay spot.
Yeah, it's looking fine now until we see Lurkers on the field. And I think Lurkers counter every single thing in Dewalt's army, at least at this point, very hard. He's very Zealot heavy. He's lost all his Corsairs. Yeah, I guess we're just gonna have to wait and see though. 6 base does get canceled by a few Zealots. As you said, Dewalt already taking that 4th at the exact same time, trying to double Expo, and but we see a flock of mutas maybe going towards the top side of the map. They might be able to get a cancel here on the 4th base. That would be huge. Targeting down the pylon. Ooh, got a Corsair or a shuttle just sitting outside the natural.
I don't think Dewalt has any more Corsairs left over, so he's got to defend with just goons in his main. Those mutas have +2 armor, so they don't necessarily care about cannons. Meanwhile, there's an attack in the center of the map at the same time. No observer.
No observer. Yeah, these Lurkers going to be doing a good amount of damage. We do have 1 obs though, finally, and with that Reaver range, he should be able to clean these Lurkers up.
Oh, yeah, he's gonna massacre those Lurkers. So that was not the trade that Ptak was looking for. He's gonna have to back off. But those mutas have dealt a decent chunk of damage, but they're finally gonna get taken out. Meanwhile, the 4th base is up now for Dewalt. As you can see, he's still hovering around 150 supply, so it doesn't look like he took much damage there. Just needs to transfer some probes to that base, and he's good to go.
Yeah, it looks like it, man. I mean, he's really starting to catch up on that eco. We still see, just a 20 supply difference between the 2 of them, so that's actually still pretty good for Zerg, but, I mean, Dewalt is making a comeback here.
Yeah, the longer the game goes, the more worried I am for Ptak, because I know he loves... Oh my god, there's a Lurker! Oh, he's focused
in the mineral line.
Oh my! Huge shots!
Amazing, man. I mean, those are just amazing Lurker spines. Good focusing there from Ptak, and it's little moves like that that's keeping him back in this game. He still is on 5 base now to basically... I mean, the 2-3 mining bases of Dewalt, especially after losing all those probes, Dewalt can't be too happy.
Yeah, you can see that he feels like he has to make an attack here, but he's even in supply, which means Zerg has a real good shot of just shutting this down. However, there doesn't seem to be a good answer to the Reavers. Those were huge hits. The Lurkers aren't going to be able to range the Reavers either. Ptak is in real trouble because there's a lot of support with the Reavers this time. I think actually Dewalt's going to at least take down mid-right. Could potentially bust into the natural too.
Yeah, this is just massive damage here to Ptak. His entire army at the north side being steamrolled. And here we go. At least looks like the shuttle might fall. Nope, shuttle stays alive here. We've got a flood of Hydra Lurker Ling coming in from the south side. It's just, it's a little too staggered. And Dewalt just getting maximum efficiency out of this Dragoon force.
Yeah, Ptak has a lot of stuff, but he needed to sync up all that big counterattack from the bottom side with reinforcements from the top side. He can afford to sack mid-right because he has 5 other bases. But because he didn't stagger or didn't sync them up together, now he just bled off a lot of units. Now Ptak is waiting for more Lurkers to be built, and that allows the Reaver to knock down another hatch. Hydrogen's gonna fall. That means it's just gonna be pure Lings at this point. And I still don't know, do we have Hive? If there's no Hive, that means there's no Cracklings.
It looks like we do have Hive, so we do have potential Cracklings here. Cracklings could be good, maybe a counter Crackling timing on the 4th. And as I say that, it looks like Ptak is moving across the map, almost for a counter on Dewalt's 4th. Ooh, good catch though from Dewalt. And there's no observer here. They will not be able to see these lurkers in the center of the map. But it looks like Dewalt reinforcing pretty well.
He cleans it up easily, and the upgrades for Dewalt, I can't really see the armor upgrade, but I'm sure it's decent for Dewalt right now. We still have a 40 supply lead for Dewalt. He's got a lot of Archons mixed in. Ptak, he had a huge lead. Now he's in big trouble. I think Dewalt can just start picking off these bases. If he knew about mid-right, I'm sure he would kill that. Bottom right is also isolated. Look at the army comp. I mean, it's Ling Lurker, but there's almost no Hydras.
Yeah, almost no Hydras. It's fortunate Dewalt's not going for shuttle drop timings, because it could be pretty successful with just this pure Ling. Yeah, I mean, man, it's just the Archon Reaver is ultra efficient against Lurker Ling, you know?
Yeah, Ptak has so much gas, he needs to spend it on some type of high-tech unit. And what I was going to say earlier is, the reason I like Dewalt in the late game versus Ptak is because Ptak, in my experience, doesn't build defilers. He's an Ultra guy, and if we have Archon Reaver, I mean, Archon Reaver does not care about Ultralists. However, this is a huge attack to mid-left. If he can knock this base down and catch the probes, all of a sudden Dewalt's on one base mining, and he is going to catch all the probes.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a completely dead base. Dewalt, though, taking out the 6 with just a couple Reavers. It looks like some reinforcements are moving in from Ptak, but here comes Dewalt's force trying to, I guess, flank, Ptak here. He should be able to clean this force up. If he takes his time with it, uses the Reavers, these should all be dead units here from Ptak.
Those Reaver kills are heroes. They've gotten like 30 kills. There it is, 29 kills. I guess the other Reaver died. Oh, he lost it! That's a massive pickoff. Such an expensive unit. And I think Ptak might actually just win this game simply because he just has too much money. Dewalt just needs another base, and he lost it.
Yeah, it's really what it's looking like here. Ptak steaming across the map with another force, trying to kind of flank this or counter the only mining base for Dewalt. Yeah, that'll do it. And that's actually going to force Dewalt to move back up to try to defend here.
He's losing Archons now. Those are so expensive. I don't think he lost the other ones. But these Reavers and Cannons, just heroic. Going to save the 4th base. He desperately needed to save that base. But he's got to secure mid-left. There's no way he wants to take top-middle. That would be way too close to Zerg. So he needs to clean up mid-left with his Reavers.
I don't know. Yeah, he probably doesn't want to take top-middle, but I think he almost could at the moment. I guess we'll have to wait and see, because trying to dig those Lurkers Hydras out of mid-left is going to be it's going to be tough to do.
There's still a lot of Archons, and now they're starting to get those Plasma Shield upgrades. They're tanky boys, man, and Ptak, even though he's got a lot of production, he's still just hovering around 110. I'm not sure if that's enough supply to actually break the Protoss, but he does kill the Observer. I thought he was going to kill both the Archons, though he's going to kill one Archon, pop a Templar, almost pops a Templar, and get a second Archon.
We forced another Storm out as well, so very well done. I think Ptak needs to just get that 6 mining.
There we go.
There we go. Yeah,
The
DT's
DT,
moving
man.
in here. Ooh, this is going to be huge.
Yeah, he needed this. He's going to clean this up, and those are going to be completely lost supply. They're not going to get any kills. That's a attack to mid-right, but no base there. And the game has been going on so long. Actually, look at bottom right machine. The 3rd base there, the natural, mined out. That means Ptak is basically only on 2 bases, because I'm sure his main and natural, back at his real main and natural, are close to being mined out.
Yeah, they're getting there for sure. Not many minerals left, so yeah, I mean, that's going to bring Ptak now down to just a single mining base. He's got to get something else going at this point. He is on, pretty much even supply count with Dewalt, though, and we keep saying it, but man, it should be good for Zerg. Whenever you're even in supply with Protoss, it normally means you're in a pretty good spot, so Ptak still has potential to do this. We're seeing a counter to mid-left.
Yeah, I think that the Zerg's going to clean that up. Dewalt can't attack into this. This is way too many Lurkers. I think the move here, play passive and just keep building up those high-tech units. Like, look at his army. there's like 4 zealots there, and then the rest of it is like really high tier stuff. Templars, Archons, Goons, Reavers, and a shuttle. I mean, this is really high tier. He just needs to play passive, set up mid left. He's got a lot of Archons over there. They can't afford to lose them. DTs also. Okay, he's gonna push.
Yeah, it looks like it. Ooh, nice catch here though by Ptak, picking off a single Reaver. That's very nice.
Can't lose that Nexus. Cannot. He's got to save it, and those lings are cracklings. Look how fast it does! What are you doing, Zealots? There's more to clean up, and it gets canceled. Meanwhile, Ptak or Dewalt at the same time pushing into the Sunkens and the Lurkers. There's no Overlord to spot the Observers,
There's no
though.
Overlord. Oh no. Big Storm as well, but Ptak with some pretty good Hydra control there, moving on top of the lone Reavers. GG. Wow.
GG.
No way. That was incredible play there out of Ptak. What a back and forth game, man. I feel like they kind of changed hands with who's leader a few times there. Remember, it didn't really start out well for Ptak either initially until that first initial like Reaver timing. Man, that was very well done from both players.
Yeah, it was a really good comeback from Dewalt, because after Ptak killed like 20 Corsairs, I'm sitting there like, there's no way. There's zero chance of Protoss getting this. But then he double expanded. Really, that mid-left counterattack is what sealed the deal. If Dewalt had the money, I think he starves him out, even though Zerg was on 5-6 bases. Because Ptak was running out of money at the end. It was literally just Dewalt couldn't get his fourth.
Yeah, exactly. Could get his fourth. Dewalt was extremely efficient with every single unit he had, but Ptak just mined more, man. Sometimes that's all it takes. Remember the Lurker that caught all the probes at the 4th base? Like, that was huge. That was a big turning point in the game, and yeah, that was a fun one, man. But with that, it's going to be Dewalt's pick now. So yeah, no more Vermeer.
No more Vermeer, no more Circuit Breakers.
Yeah,
well, I guess Dewalt could pick Circuit Breakers, but we already know he's not going to do that. Butter, Odyssey, Nemesis, Sylphid are remaining. I feel like it's got to be Sylphid, right? Like,
really?
I don't see... Well, what else would we pick? Are you going to pick Nemesis or Odyssey? I don't think Dewalt's going to be playing those maps very much. We got Power Bond too.
Oh, Power Bond. That would be a fun one. I hope he picks Power Bond, honestly. That's always just an interesting game. I think Sylphid's kind of tough PvZ against 973, honestly, which is my thoughts anytime I see that map for Protoss. It can be very, very difficult to hold 973 Hydra timings. But that being said, it's not like Ptak really tends to go 973 very often. So, I guess we'll have to wait and see. I'm secretly hoping for Power Bond. I forgot about Power Bond. That's why people play it.
Power Bond's a good map, but 3rd base is a mineral only, and it's like an open map. So I don't know if Dewalt will pick that. I think he might look at it as Circuit Breaker-esque. We'll see, though. I mean, I like it. I think it's fine. But, I mean, I want to see Nemesis because that map is so weird. It's very blockchain style, but I don't know if you want to risk playing a weird map. It's hard to attack a 3rd base because Zerg can take one of those middle ones that are, walled off by the eggs and assimilators. So basically, you're giving a 3rd gas for free. Do you really want to face that? I don't know.
Probably not. I just like the harass potential for Power Bond with like early Zealot play, which we also haven't seen Dewalt really like try to go for like a 9-gate opener and harass with Zealots today. So I don't know. Maybe he just wants to do open Forge and kind of play it out from there against Ptak for some reason. And you called it. It is Sylphid. I'm so shocked. Okay, it's going to be Sylphid going into game number 3 here. Dewalt versus Ptak. I'm going to say it, man. Like, the reason why I don't like this map for Protoss to pick is it just takes, like, one good 973. You get your probe picked off by the first 4 lings, early. You're kind of a little blind, and then all of a sudden, like, 20 Hydras show up at your doorstep. It can be tough for Protoss in some situations here. And, I mean, the rush distances are so small as well. I don't know, it'll be interesting to see if Dewalt opens Forge here, or if he chooses to go for like a early 9 gate to try to take advantage of the rush distance. But yeah, I guess we'll have to see.
Yeah, and our players are ready, so let's get into our final game of the series. It's going to be Dewalt versus Ptak.
And spawning bottom left of Sylphid as the blue Protoss, it is Dewalt.
And in the mid right, our Zerg, it's Ptak. And I think I'm in agreement with the 973 comment if this is somebody like Zeke. If we're playing Zeke,
Yeah.
I think we're not picking this map because in the show matches, I think we had show matches, Zeke just was killing it on this map in particular. Like, he was really nailing his timings on Sylphid. So I think versus him, I'm not picking it, but versus somebody that's Lingman, Mutaman, Ultraman, if we get to the late game, I think this is what I'm feeling okay playing on.
Yeah, you could be right, honestly. It's funny how StarCraft's like that, right? Like, you can make different choices versus the exact same race based solely upon, like, players' like meta, players' style, and it can give you an advantage. It's kind of cool. You don't see that in a lot of other games. Yeah.
Well, we've got a fast scout and no probe going to the natural, so I think as expected, this is going to be a forge opener. I think this is a smart choice on Sylphid where you have, that open pathway at your natural because the rocks block it off. I think that this is a smart move. Just get cannons instead of microing your zealot versus somebody that could go for some type of speed all in.
Yeah, you're right. I like the choice here as well. I want to point out that Ptak opened Overpool this game, not the 11 pool he's done the previous 2 games. And I think Overpool is great on this map. Once he scouts that this is a forge opener, he can just cut the link count down, get a few extra drones. So I think this is overall a pretty good read here from Ptak.
Yep, probe comes in here. He's gonna see, this looks similar to what I was facing the previous game. And this time around, it's going to be Nexus before Cannon. So it's going to be a little bit faster than last time. That's great for him. Now I'm really just waiting to see what the gas timing is for Ptak. And if that probe, of course, can get a kill. Did you know probes can shoot through the mineral machine? They can sit behind the mineral line and shoot through. That seems balanced.
I've seen it. Yeah, dude, are you kidding me? Protoss do it to Zerg all the time. It's really annoying. Like, it's the worst. Oh, man. Pretty fast gas here from Ptak. This was maybe like a 239 or something like that. So definitely going to be in time for that Spire. Drone moving out to the third base. He's taking the gas third in the center. I think that's a pretty good call. You gotta really stay. Never mind. He's going mid right, maybe.
He's splitting it.
He's splitting it top middle. He's going for another natural location. Okay. You know what? It worked last game. I'm not gonna criticize it. I think this is great. If you hang on to that base, it's really big problems here for Protoss. Easier said than done, though.
Yeah, we'll see what adjustments Dewalt will make, because he's going to be facing the same opener here. We do have 100 gas not being spent yet, so it is going to be going into the lair instead of some type of weird speed timing. There is the lair, and the probe confirms it. Meanwhile, his probe still doesn't know where the third hatch is. He knows it's somewhere out on the map, but not sure exactly where it is.
Yeah, not exactly sure. I mean, because he's trying to keep that probe in the main, likely because he wanted to know this was lair, not 973. I'm assuming on this map. But yeah, we're finally seeing a second probe, I think, move out, trying to locate that third base location. He might be a little shocked to find it at the other natural. I'm telling you, it doesn't feel, or this style is not as common as it used to be. So I'd be surprised if Dewalt scouted it anytime soon.
Well, probe zealot combo coming into the natural. Okay, he doesn't. He got that shot from downtown. Does he get another drone? No, not. He's waltzing by. He's like, what? How'd he miss that jab? We ain't
Ooh, we
missing
got that one
machine.
though. Dang, 2 drones down. A lot of lost mining time there. Good control already out of Dewalt as expected. More Zealots moving around, trying to look for that third base location. And yeah, Dewalt immediately goes from mid-right straight to the natural at top. So it looks like he was expecting this. Uh-oh. Another Zealot walking into the natural here. Will scout that Spire. Forces another drone pull. And yeah.
Just getting into sweet spot. Try and trade as effective as possible. Meanwhile, Probe is found top middle, and there's a Zealot coming. So that combo, that Wombo combo, will two-shot Lings. He could trade very effectively, but look at that open natural. Overlord not on the high ground to spot it, but that's a lot of area that the Lings could run by, which he looks like he might be doing. Go for it, Ptak. Just run in there.
Just go. Just run by. Ooh, he will kind of get to the main. Wow, amazing blocking though out of Dewalt here. And
Yeah,
I was gonna say there is a Zealot going towards the third though, so that's gonna prevent any mining here from Ptak at that third base. Zealot inside the main, trying to fend off against these speedlings inside the main.
Well, because he used those Lings to run into the main, that means that this third base is not mining at all. And now it seems like this was a disaster call from Ptak, because now he's all inning, and you're not breaking this. That's not happening. So Ptak turned a small counterattack into a pure all-in, and he's in big trouble.
Yeah, he's in some serious trouble here. Dewalt making the appropriate amount of cannons. He's got plenty of Zealots here. Flanking Lings, trying to get on top of those cannons, but it's not going to happen. I mean, he's still got 2 more cannons building. We're already seeing Dewalt go back to mining because he knows this one's over.
Yep, there's no way Ptak can transition out of this. He's continuing to build Lings. The best case scenario he can hope for is he builds like 6, 7 mutas and tries to combo the Lings with the mutas on top of the cannons. But Dewalt's too good for that. There's no way he's not building Corsairs right now. First, Corsair is moving across the map, and he sees a muta, so that means, okay, I just build more Corsairs, and I'm good. Oh,
Ooh.
how'd that not hit?
Yeah, that was crazy. He does get a good connect on the Corsair, though, but looks like that first Sair from Dewalt going to make it home alive. Yeah, I don't know. There's no drones at the third for Ptak. Obviously, his eco's in shambles. Battery?
That's not something you see often in the main, a battery to heal up the Corsairs. Or the probes, I guess.
Yeah, it's kind of nice. I mean, he just knows. This has to do so much damage.
Heal it up.
Heal it. Click it. There we go.
Click it.
Third cannon finishing in the main. There's even another cannon going towards the natural. I mean, yeah, there's... What do? If you're Ptak? You know you gotta try to transition here, but if you do, it's just not gonna work, you know? There's just no drones.
Yeah, there's no way he can transition. He has to just make moves like this, try and find isolated cannons, hope that he gets connections with the Scourge, which he's not now, because it's 4 Corsairs versus just 3 mutas. More Lings being built, so this is literally just going to be the last-ditch hurrah from Ptak. Maybe builds like a couple more mutas, and then it's go time. Like, this is our only moment.
Yeah, and here we go. Time is upon us. Muta's getting on top of the cannons, and GG is called there from Ptak. Game number 3 going to Dewalt. Wow. Pretty close series between those two, I gotta say. You know, Dewalt still pulling it out in the end, I think, as most people would have expected, but overall a fairly, nice performance from both players there. It was a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, the fact that Ptak won, and it was in a macro game, not like just some gimmick Ling all-in, I think that should give him confidence if he ends up playing Dewalt again later on in this group. Because it was 2-1. Like, he didn't lose 2-0. I would say throw the Silpha game out the window, because that's just, he made a bad decision, and he got punished real hard. So, Dewalt, he makes it out. He doesn't make it out. He makes it into the winner's bracket. We're going to be going into DuGu versus UltrA, which is going to be an exciting TVZ. But before we get into that, of course, we've got a break, and then we'll come back with that TVZ.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome back to BSL16 Group Number B, or Group B rather. Yeah, we actually just got to see Dewalt face off against Ptak here, Series Number 1, and now we are getting into the opposite side of the semifinals here. We got DuGu going up against UltrA. It's going to be very good Zerg versus Terran. Both these players so solid, and DuGu kind of a Zerg known for his muta control, which is such an important part of this matchup in particular. So, Dan, I'm super excited to get this one started here.
Yeah, actually, this is my match of the day because I'm a Terran player. I want to see UltrA face off versus a Zerg. Last season, DuGu took down Mihu, but it was like an all-in on Gladiator, and I want to see if UltrA can deal with the all-in style, but also if DuGu has that insane muta control. There's a lot of different openings that Terrans are playing these days to deal with mutas, whether it's fast 2 racks, whether it's fast +1 4 racks. Valkyrie. I want to see what UltrA comes up with because I heard, a couple seasons ago, he got that scan pack, and sometimes all it takes is guidance on one thing, and all of a sudden it opens your brain to oh my god, I just do this, and your skill shoots up. And I think UltrA has a good shot to take down DuGu in TVZ in particular.
UltrA's definitely a Terran that is very dominant in this matchup, and he's a Terran that plays a wide range of styles in this matchup as well. He is just as comfortable with a mech style opener as he is with bio and a 2-port wraith. He's kind of a player who can do it all, which always makes you just that much more of a threat. In this matchup. It looks like game number 1 will be played on Butter. Butter, a pretty decent map for this matchup, I'd say. I'm kind of excited to see how this one goes. We saw DuGu, kind of use a lot of early Ling timings on this map, in this matchup previously. So be kind of interested to see if maybe he will do some type of a 9-pool opener on a map like this against a player like UltrA. But yeah, it sounds like we are ready to get into game number 1 here. It's going to be DuGu facing off against UltrA. Let's check it out. And spawning top right as the blue Zerg. From China, we have DuGu.
And in the bottom right, our red Terran, it is UltrA. So yeah, I'm really excited to see this game because I know UltrA, like I said, he got the scan. I heard he got the scan pack. Everybody watched ASL last season, and there were some sick tank Valkyrie timings. I'm sure you watched those games too, Machine, from Royal and Rush. I mean, even though they lost their first Valkyrie or they lost a lot of units, they just kept reinforcing over and over, and eventually the Zerg got broken. And I think UltrA is a player that can just reinforce over and over with a style like that, and maybe he can bust DuGu at some point.
Yeah, he's definitely a problem in this matchup. If what you say is true, he's always been such an intelligent player that he can kind of pick up new styles on a whim. Definitely a big time veteran that's been around for since the dawn of StarCraft. It feels like he's also just a player that's fun to watch, right? I've always just enjoyed his particular style of play. It's very methodical. It's very thought out. There's never really any big holes in his game. We're seeing first barracks going down here for UltrA, and this looks to be a 12 hatch at the natural. Nothing out of the ordinary here for DuGu as well.
Yeah, and you can tell this is already thought out because of that Rax placement. I think who was it? Schwan last season put a Rax like this every single game, and I'm looking at it, I'm like, well, dude, you can't even pressure with this anymore. But the purpose of this is if you get 9 pooled or something, your production's right there. You don't have to lift at all. You've got the depot for SimCity. You can put a bunker down or whatever you want. You can also put your factory right there. Your Marine pops out and supports your factory too. So this is a really clean spot, and he is going to be going into some type of tech opener. It doesn't necessarily mean that it is mech. It could be race, but I don't think UltrA's a wraith player, so I expect it to be Vulture Expander 111 if we see a starport.
Yeah, I kind of would happen to agree with you there. I guess 2-port Wraith, especially against a player of the skill of DuGu, likely not going to be the choice here. But yeah, everything was scouted by DuGu here, saw the gas timing, sees the Rax placement. You know, it's funny you mentioned that Rax positioning because, as I mentioned last season, DuGu would open 9-pool versus Terrans here, but obviously we're not seeing it this game, so maybe a good read here out of DuGu as well. Factory going down the main, looks like the first barracks is being lifted. Overlord taking some serious damage from that first Marine, and yeah, it looks like the barracks even going to chase that down and at least push the Overlord off the natural. Ooh, good SCV harassment here, not taking any additional damage from those Zerglings just yet. Command center down at the natural now for UltrA, so everything starting to fire off here for UltrA, looking pretty good.
Yep, Sunken coming down, so Vulture is not going to do anything. You know what's funny is if this was Terror, that DuGu's Overlord would need to do more than just sit over the high ground. I realize this time around he spots the command center, but Terror would be somebody that's building 3 racks behind this. Another intricacy of Terror versus Ultra here is I don't think we would have seen the racks placed like that if it was Terror. I think he would have walled in, and then you have to guess what he's doing. And he could literally be doing anything. But with the Overlord seeing the command center, he knows he's not getting one base all in.
Yeah, he knows this definitely isn't going to be a one base all in. You know, it's just got to be something standard. And with this Sunken being scouted out from DuGu, we kind of, it's really difficult for UltrA to get much of a read from here on out too. Only sees a couple Zerglings at the natural. Really should be maybe scouting the 3rd placement, but I guess he's going to keep that drone there. 3rd hatchery positioned at the natural as part of a wall off for Zerg. 2nd factory and armory being produced by UltrA.
Yeah, and this is going to be mech, so he's going to be going into Mass Goliath, maybe with like the standard 3 to 5 tank support and push. I don't know how well this is going to fare because a lot of Zergs, I think, have figured out how to deal with mech. And now that you're lifting the barracks, yes, I realize he gets an Overlord, but he also spots that, hey, this guy didn't build any more Marines at all. So if I was Zerg, I would be betting my life that this guy doesn't have any more barracks, and I would just start blind countering whatever you think the counter is to mech play.
You know, that's a really good read, actually, the way you put it. Huh. Okay. I mean, yeah, I guess he's got to have a pretty solid read based off that this is mech. Mutas are finally in production here. 3 vultures running in, trying to get inside the bait, but oh my god, the most amazing drone block, and all 3 vultures fall for nothing. Wow, things were looking so good for UltrA until then. I mean, once you're stuck, just start clicking drones, I feel like, you know?
Yeah,
but,
he had the magic number of 3, so he could have one-shotted, you know, maybe he doesn't get like 5 or 6, but even getting 2 or 3 would have been a decent amount of damage. But to get none? Oh, that means that Zerg doesn't even have to worry about his 3rd base getting counterattacked right now. He can just drone up.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a blunder there out of UltrA. DuGu starting to move across the map with his first 4 Muta as well. You know, that turret's not super close to the mineral line. It looks like there's a little bit of space for DuGu to maybe try to get some pressure done. Grab a couple SCVs here. And yep, here we go. First one falling.
Turret just barely out of range. This is always the worst feeling as Terran. Not just because the turret's out of range, but also because the Goliaths don't have range right now. So there's no way that they're just firing from a distance, so the Mutas get more and more kills. And I don't think even DuGu's going to commit that hard to Mutas. He can just take what he can get with those 6 or 7, start powering, and then start transitioning into Hydras.
Yep, he could get that Evo chamber down, start getting that critical +1 range attack upgrade going. Ooh, even going into Burrow, I like this. I really like this. Burrow is so annoying for mech, just because, you know, you can block 3rd positionings. You can basically scout each and every like part of a move out just by burrowing a handful of Zerglings across the map. It's crazy.
Yeah, and Terrans really don't like to get Academy for as long as possible when they go mech. So if there was a Vulture run by and you've got Burrow, you just burrow, and it's likely Terran doesn't have the scans, so you're not really going to get much damage done. So this is a really good counter from DuGu. I actually think Ultra is all in here, and the reason I say that, there's no gas at the natural. With mech, you need gas, right? So the fact that there's no gas, this is not a 2-1 timing. There's not going to be vessels. I think this could literally be pure Goliath, and just go for the dream and just hope that it works. Like, he just doesn't have good eco right now.
Yeah, we're seeing DuGu even up in workers, 39 to 33. That's not something you see very often. DuGu, you know, he's supply blocked for a second here, but he's starting to stack up quite a bit of gas. And I mean, if this is that Goliath all-in timing, there we go. We are seeing a second gas finally. So maybe Ultra not as all-in as we were thinking, but he still could be going for a big Goliath timing here.
Yeah, I think that is what he's going to go for, but you never know. I mean, he is starting to build up the tanks. The problem is he only has 3 factory production. Terrans, when they go for Goliath timing, really they're attacking at basically 10 minutes flat, getting there around 10:30 because that's when their 1-1 power spike would kick in. And that's a solid timing, but he's going to miss all that. Also, not having 2 additional factories really dampens how much he can actually produce. Meanwhile, DuGu not sweating at all. He's got 6 hatch production, so he can definitely easily overrun just 3 factories.
Yeah, it looks like he's got that Hydra Den finally. +1 range attack is also being researched in his main on the Evo chamber. So, you know, he basically, I think, is recognized with that scout. There is no third base coming. This has to be just some type of mass pressure play, and he just needs to build nothing but pure Hydra Muta, and he should be able to hold.
Well, looking at the armory, I saw it wasn't spinning, so that 10:30 timing that I'm talking about all of a sudden turns into at least an 11:30 timing right now, and that's just, I gotta say, it's just not a thing. So the fact that it can't be a timing anymore, I think these 5 factories are just to not die, and we may actually transition into 3-4 base Terran that's just camping, or maybe he's just waiting for a bigger max. But Zerg's also just going to have way more Hydras, so I don't know how well this is going to work out. We find an isolated mineral line. He's picking off, what was that, 5 SCVs, so now it's 48 drones to 37, just keeping Ultra's econ in check while exploding his own econ.
Yeah, I mean, he's still up in 10 workers. That is huge in this matchup. I think, you know, Ultra, like you said, just kind of needs to realize, yeah, the timing's likely not going to be working anymore. We need to get a 3-4 base going. Let's build up this SCV count and just drag the game out. Man, he's scouted so many Hydras already being produced here for DuGu. DuGu with a 4th base on the way as well. Likely going to be even moving towards Hive Tech here pretty shortly.
Yeah, I think literally camping the game out is the only hope for Ultra. I would say he got lucky that it's butter, because if you camp the game out, maybe you split it like 5 bases versus 7. It's still going to be in favor of DuGu, but... Oh my god!
Whoa!
Those mines hit! Okay, well, this is what Ultra needs, but I still don't think that's enough to bring him back. However, it at least forced Zerg to turn around. Those mines got the most kills I've probably ever seen 3 mines do.
Yeah, that was just incredible. Incredible mine play there. Oh man, this is big too. This is quite a bit of drones falling here for DuGu. DuGu can't be too happy about everything that's gone on in the last 30 seconds. Man, you know, I mean, it's just all the more reason why Ultra can probably start dragging this out, but we are seeing a move out, actually,
well, I
from
guess
Ultra.
If you get a connection like that, I mean, and you're already going for a timing, you gotta go now. You just got 15 Hydras for free. We'll see if it's enough. I still don't think it's enough. And I think DuGu's doing exactly what you do. Is all you do is you just make it weird for Terran. You make them worried about a counterattack. Oh my gosh. More connections right there. If he has a lot of mines outside of his natural, maybe the mines just flat out can deal with
just
the Hydras
kill the whole
and just go for
army.
a counterattack. Yeah.
Honestly, not the worst idea. We see some mines already in a pretty awkward place for Zerg towards the front of this, so maybe Ultra can push DuGu into it? Nah, I think he's just got to go. I think at some point you got to just say, this turns out how it turns out. Yeah, he's got tanks back at home now.
Yeah, he definitely has enough to hold this. Like, there's not that many mutas. I realize there's a decent amount of hydras, but they're not trading how you want them to trade versus mine. So if Ultra just goes to top left, I don't think he needs to commit to the natural. Just pop this top left side. That puts Zerg back down on 2 bases, and you're sitting in a tiny choke where siege mode will just run rampant on these hydras. But he's got to go now, and he is. He can't let those queens build up energy. However, when he commits up here, these tanks are going to die at some point from the queens, but at least he'll get a worthwhile trade.
I mean, those queens did not look like they had a ton of energy yet, so I really think this is the timing Ultra needed to hit. Here we go. Counterattack coming in to the natural from DuGu. 11 muta, remember, targeting down the 3 tanks already set up. 4th one rallied in. But we do have a bunker, man. Bunkers are pretty tough.
Bunkers are really strong. Like, I think this was the correct move from Ultra. Ultra, whether he holds it or not, this is going to be an effective trade for him. However, it was not enough tanks, and now he is going to get counterattacked and lose everything. So maybe it was not the move, but we've got a, I guess, base trade scenario now. Unbeknownst to him, those queens have built up the energy, so the longer the game goes, you know, they can just get kills for free with their broodlings.
Yeah, I mean, that's always the ideal scenario. It's really the hardest way to counter mech, because late game queen broodling play, they're just so cost efficient. It's almost like Zerg vessels at that point, you know? But man, with DuGu really making a pretty solid decision here, good movement to counterattack the main of Ultra. Ultra down to just a single mining base here. He's getting SCVs in position, but actually it looks like DuGu might just turn around and decide to swarm this base.
Yep, and here we go. Broodlings, you know, we pop on those tanks. There's 7 queens, and he can one-shot every single tank. This is always such a feel-bad moment for Terran, because there's no counter to the queens. Like, even if you shoot them, they're gonna definitely get off their spell and kill those tanks. But he doesn't even need them, really. The hydras are just gonna clean this up, and that means that DuGu is gonna take game 1. But I gotta say, Ultra had a really good comeback after taking so much damage to those mutas.
Yeah, he absolutely did. Like, such an incredible comeback. I mean, he made this a pretty competitive game, and I still think it was the right decision. He was just a little too far behind, you know? DuGu didn't get flustered by, you know, the counterattack timing and did what he needed to do to take the game, but still very well executed from Ultra.
Yep, and this is going to be the killing blow. There's just way too many hydras, unless these mines kill the hydras themselves.
I wouldn't put it past him. Okay.
3 of them.
Here we go. Siege tanks in position. This is a good amount of tanks still, but remember, we got these broodlings coming in from the Zerg as well. Only 3 tanks remaining. Some vultures rallying in here to the natural, but they're kind of blocked. And yeah, GG called out from Ultra there. Game number 1 going to DuGu, rather. Very well done there from both these players.
Yeah, I still think Ultra's counterattack was the move, even though he got busted. Like, now that I know the results of the counterattack, I think if Ultra had floated his eBay in his main and built another eBay or something and floated over those 2 tanks and moved them into the back where they couldn't get instantly targeted by mutas, then all of a sudden those mutas don't pop the tanks. You get off like maybe at least 4 or 5 more shots, and maybe you barely hold. But you know, that's just something that you don't always think of in the moment. But regardless, it was a good game from Ultra, because he was mega dead. He was mega dead, and he had a really good comeback. The mines obviously saved his butt big time. But
I think he just needed a couple more mines to hold. Just 2 more of those superhero mines, man.
Just 2 more mines.
24 hydras just explode.
Yeah, I mean, and to get those 15 kills, that was such an expensive investment for Ultra, right? Like, those mines cost what, like 100 each, right?
Actually, Nyoken, I don't know if you know this, but they're free. They just come with the vultures. They're free, and you get 3 of them. You get subterranean nuclear missiles.
No, that can't be.
Yep. Nah, man, it was not much of an investment. Mine's pretty good unit. Oh, man. Well, with that, it's gonna be at least it's gonna be Ultra's map pick. You know, you got me excited thinking about kind of the scan style and kind of the Valkyrie tank play we've been seeing recently. What's a good map for that style? Should Ultra choose to go for it?
I like Scan's build, which is you just build Marines on one base or one racks, go into the Valkyrie really quickly. You don't even get fast upgrades on your Marines because you're not relying on the Marines to defend the meters. You're just relying on the Valkyries. And here we go. This is my favorite map. I like this map out of every map I've ever played. Circuit Breakers, huge macro map. Third base, Terran doesn't necessarily need a gas with the mineral only. You've got easy access to a fourth base. If you want to go mech, this is definitely splittable, whether it's vertical or horizontal. And almost every game that gets past 20 minutes on Circuit Breakers is pretty freaking epic. So I'm excited to see this as Ultra's pick.
Yeah, it's definitely epic, man. I mean, those bridges, though, they're so hard to fight across for both, races, right? A couple lurkers hold, each ramp for Zerg, and, Terran siege tanks are just impossible to push across there. So it's going to be an exciting one. And here we go. It's getting to game number 2 here. It's DuGu versus UltrA on Circuit Breakers. And spawning bottom left as the red Terran, it is UltrA.
And in the blue, in the top right position, it is DuGu. I really like the burrow play from DuGu. I've talked about burrow being underused in Terran versus Zerg a lot. I mean, whether you use it to defend the drone line or not, I mean, it's just free vision on the map. He just burrowed it outside of Terran's base. Terran's not scanning outside of their natural almost ever, so you can always know when vultures are running out, whether it's a big move out, whether anything moves out, really. I really like that. I know Effort uses it quite a lot, and I'd love to see it again on Circuit Breakers, whether it's mech or not.
Yeah, I'd really love to see it as well. I honestly like what it does to Terrans who are trying to take a third base, and you just keep blocking it with, a burrowed Zergling, and if you don't notice it for, even a minute or two, it can just devastate your eco. And then when Zergs force a lift off and then burrow another single Zergling
move.
under it. Yeah. Oh man, it's the best.
I love going pool first gas, and instead of getting speed, you rush burrow because they're building the command center on the high ground. Or they're like, oh, I stopped the Zerglings and go build my command center now. And it's like, well, wait a minute, I can't build there. What? Why can't I build it? I had a game on Circuit Breakers where I did that, and the guy asked me if I rigged the map. I'm like, dude, this is a ladder map. Obviously, I didn't rig the map. And he just didn't even consider that burrow could be a thing because it's so stupid.
Oh man, that's hilarious. I think I used to have a build back in the day where I'd go overpool gas against Terran and then go burrow before speed, but just mass ling and force a lift at the natural and do the same thing. Like, it's hilarious.
Well, we've got 1 racks from UltrA, no gas, so not going to be a mech opener this time. Still has opportunity to go for that Valkyrie style that I'm talking about, but if he's going to go for that, we're going to be needing to see gas at around 3 minutes or so. Double scout going off, just like in the Dewalt Ptak series. I think this is smart versus someone that for sure can be aggressive. Now, hello machine, am I seeing no gas in our main?
Yes, I was just going to say, you're seeing no gas. This is a 3-hatch. I was thinking he was going to take the top left main with that that drone there, but it will be a 3rd hatch inside the main. Yeah, I mean, not meta, but for whatever reason, we're seeing Zergs bring this back. So we'll have to see what DuGu has in store here.
Yeah, the drone doesn't get confirmation of the command center. He's got to come in here and make sure that there's a command center. So he knows that there's no gas. That's great intel for him. Meanwhile, UltrA did get in and confirm that this is a 3-hatch play, which really you don't see often. So the go-to build versus this is 5 racks, but will UltrA go for 5 racks? A lot of people don't play this style on the ladder much, so he may just go for still a 2 racks or 4 racks or something along those lines.
I can tell you, UltrA likes to go 5 racks against 3-hatch. He's a player that really made me learn why you can't just go 3-hatch all the time, because he's very good against it. I think the Zergs he practices with tend to throw in a lot of 3-hatch, and he's very comfortable against it. So my call here is DuGu could be in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, 5 racks I think is insane versus 3-hatch, which is why a lot of Zerg players don't go 3-hatch that often. But we did see it in ASL from Shine in particular, and Shine went for it almost every single game. But I don't know. We'll see how this fares. We've got bunker coming up. I think that's smart. Also a sneaky SCV scooted around the side, and he's coming in for a secondary scout. But I already see Lings on hold position, so that's good. May make Ultra worried that this could be lurkers behind it, the fact that he can't get in.
Man, I gotta say, Ultra not hitting all of his SCV timings. The worker count is fairly even and between the two of them, and I saw some idle time on both command centers here and there, so you can't do that against a Zerg like DuGu who's going 3-hatch, you know?
Yeah, if you're gonna 5 racks, you really got to hit your eco. You want to be building up your 5 racks before you're putting down your comp stats. You want to get down as many racks as possible, and then you're cutting at 630. The SCV.
Wow.
Okay, he doesn't get in technically, so he doesn't know if it's Spire or Hydras, but I think you can probably just guess that it's gonna be Mutas.
Yeah, very few Zergs like to go 3-hatch, lurker anymore, I'd say. You feel like, especially if you have the muta control of someone like DuGu, you just have a little more control with the map if you open muta versus lurker. It's always a feel bad moment when you open lurker and they move out with, a group of bio medic and just prevent you from ever taking a third.
Yeah, so I am in agreement here with the 5 racks being a little off because the SCV count. Well, okay, SCV count is still climbing, which is good, but he needs to build 4 more SCVs at least. Really, you want to have between 37 and 40. Then that's a good solid count. You can cut almost forever at that point and just scale into your tech. But if he sits around 33 and loses any SCVs that is natural, oh, it is such a huge advantage for Zerg. So hopefully he builds a couple more. He does have his turrets coming up. He does scan and see that it is Spire. And he should be moving out pretty soon, actually. You're looking to move out around 7 minutes. And Evolution Chamber is a big sign that this is going to be upgrade Zerg.
Yeah, this could be just plain armor upgrade, like Muta into Ultra, while trying to take a third. We see the hatchery building top left, so DuGu already declared where his 3rd and likely 4th base will be. +1 range attack just about to complete for Ultra here. Yeah, we're not seeing any more SCVs being built.
Terran's in trouble.
Unfortunately.
Terran's in real trouble. He also I think he oversent SCVs to his natural. So even if he loses SCVs here, he's not going to be undersaturated. But that means his main's undersaturated the whole time. So he's moving out, and honestly, he's lacking at least 5 Marines. I think easily Zerg should clean this up with a Ling Muta just attacking the center. But instead, he's going to go for a counterattack. There's nothing in the bunker, so he's going to get some Marines for free. And now he's running into the main, and now Ultra has to make the decision, turn around or go for a counter. He's going to turn around, and that means that the 3rd base is going to get up and running, and DuGu's just going to really start running away with it.
Yeah, this is very well done here from DuGu. I mean, that's a good amount of damage. All of those mutas pretty bruised now. Who knows? Maybe if he hurries top left now, he might be able to get something done here. But still, at least that's triggered more SCVs to be built here from Ultra. We are seeing the factory go down.
I would say, luckily for Ultra, that DuGu's building a lot of Lings, which could have been drones. So if there's not an attack in the next few seconds, and Ultra builds, I think, a couple more medics like he's doing right now, and gets a real consolidated army. Remember, even though there's an Evolution Chamber, the Evolution Chamber just started, so there's no +1 on these Lings. Ling Muta will not beat 2 or 3 groups of Marine Medic, but Ultra's got to be split together, and he needs to get stuff in the bunker right now because a counterattack is going to hit him.
Yeah, this is going to be a massive counterattack, pure Ling pretty much. This is all the medics also at home as well. Like 4 medics sitting at home. It's not what you want, really.
Oh, man, he just doesn't have the units. Well, maybe he will because Lings aren't that strong. And they are just getting melted. by the +1 Marines. There's not a lot of mutas, and remember the mutas already took a lot of damage, so I think Ultra's gonna hold this, and his counterattack might actually just outright kill DuGu unless there's at least 4 sunken. Okay, there are 4 sunken. What is DuGu doing? He's just building a ton of lings, but
yeah,
there's
I
no
don't
support
know.
for these sunken. Oh my god, he
We need to back up.
Look, he's one-shotting!
Oh no, man. Oh, that was not what Ultra wanted to get done there. Ah, shoot, unfortunate. I mean, Ultra could still just maybe try to get to Vessel Tech and, you know, come back that way, but boy, a little bit of a blunder there. This is going to be the straight Ultra.
If he had gone top left, obviously there's no way to defend that. That's just instantly dead. I still think Ultra's in this game because of how many lings ended up getting built. Just an absurd amount of lings. But the fact that the Ultra Cavern has started, +1 armor's basically done for Zerg, because there's no Vessel Tech yet, Ultra hasn't started his +2 weapon, so he's never going to be ahead in upgrade, which you have to have versus Ultras. He's going to still trade very well. I can't believe he lost no units. Look at the reinforcement units from Ultra going to top left. Think he's going to bust it.
I think he is going to bust it, and I don't think that link counterattack is going to get anything done this time at Ultra's natural. You know, we do see all the gas from DuGu has been stacking up. I mean, if he does turn that into Ultras, that's still possibly a way to win here. We'll have to see. Looks like Ultra, yeah, going to clear everything up top left. He needs to kill down that hatchery and catch all of the drones as well top right. Yeah, definitely doesn't want to let those go away. And then he can just back up. He doesn't need to attack from here. He should just go get this army back to his natural, and he's in a really good spot.
Yeah, if you're Ultra here, you know this guy built 1 billion lings, so he doesn't have big econ. So right now, all you have to do, scan everywhere, make sure that this guy doesn't hide a base, and just go and kill it. Sure, there's going to be Ultras out on the map pretty soon, but Ultra's lost almost no Marines. He's still even in upgrades at, you know, +1 weapon versus +1 armor. If there's only like 3 Ultras, as Terran, you're not scared. Once it starts getting 7 or 8, okay, now we're a little worried. But right now, he just needs to be out on the map, make sure there's no hidden base, and he's still got this. He's up workers 42 to 28. He's stemming to bottom right. He should be able to get that, and he's going to kill mid right. Maybe if he finds it.
Oh, he should find it. I mean, man, just don't attack into the sunkens. That's all I'm gonna
don't do
right
that.
now. Definitely don't do that. He
He's
should be
gotta
able to find
mid
mid right. It looks like he has.
Okay, that's good. That means that he's going to. Oh no! There's
why?
no way. How? Okay,
The Ultras were brought out, so I guess he was just kind of pulling him away. Oh, don't cancel it! And yeah, this is gonna be a dead base here. 2 dead bases.
Both of them are dead, and it's going to be a completed hatch at both bases. So that means DuGu is going to lose 600 minerals. He doesn't have access to a 3rd gas. Luckily for him, his +2 armor upgrade is way ahead of Terran's +2 weapon. So if Zerg can get up a decent amount of Ultras, like I said, something like 7, I mean, +1 weapon Marines just aren't going to be enough. However, vessels are out on the map. If he can irradiate and run away, well, then he can take trades versus 7, 8 Ultras.
Yeah, I mean, there's no Scourge. I guess Scourge are finally in production, so the more vessels Ultra gets, kind of the better for him here. I'd almost like him to just like sit back, get like a healthy 6 vessel count, and then just kind of start irradiating the army here of DuGu. Looks like he's taking his mineral
BC
only
man.
as well. Ooh, I like BCs. I think this is a good map for BCs as well.
BCs are really good, especially if the opposing player is not going to build any Hydras or Defilers. At that point, BCs are just, you know, hitting for 25 damage a shot. Like, they just deal an absurd amount of damage. And here we go. Vessel's going to get off a couple of Radiates. And the Scourge,
That's huge.
don't think are going to connect. Maybe they will.
Yeah,
they
definitely.
don't connect.
Yeah, they definitely won't connect, I guess. Huh. I mean, the BCs are great as well when Zerg didn't open +1 armor on air, and I think that's the case. So BCs should be able to one-shot any Scourge as well, which makes Scourge not nearly as good of an option at defending.
Yeah, Zerg went weapon, so those Scourge are going to be one-shotted, like you said, and he's got triple starport, so the BC count, I think 3 is okay, but once you reach 6 BCs, that's where it becomes unstoppable if you don't have Hydra Defiler, which he does not. And now Ultra's thinking about taking a 4th base, so he's really getting his econ going. We've got a small 3 Ultras, 12 Ling attack into the natural. This will be annoying, and by DuGu time, he'll probably be able to get up top middle and top left because of this.
I mean, this did a lot more damage than I was expecting already. Like, I'm surprised DuGu went for this, to be honest with you. He must have just seen something. SCV's falling to irradiated Ultras in the main. I mean, he's getting still a good amount of kills on these Marines and forced a lot of lost mining time. Wow, 2 Ultras still at the natural, dealing damage as well. Jeez, okay. DuGu Ultra Control, I guess. That is doing crazy amounts of damage for it just being a few Ultras.
Well,
no attack.
That's what happens when you're down an upgrade. You just don't do any damage to Ultras. That Marine, a hero though, he killed the Nidus. So that's 150 minerals gone.
Dang, paid for himself. Okay, well, we got 2 BCs also finishing up from Ultra. I feel like Ultra could just send the BCs top left and then attack top right.
Yeah, you can do that for sure. We'll see what he wants to go for. He's just going to combo with his Marine Medic. I think this is smart too. I think at this point, you just need a couple bunkers to defend your 3rd base. Because clearly DuGu's strategy is, I'm not fighting the army, I'm just counterattacking. So that was really good. He heard me, man. He built those triple bunkers. Now he just needs to put like depots in front of it, and there's no answer to it. And that's a dead base at top left. And like I said, all Ultra has to do is just scan everywhere. We know the guy's desperate. He's just counterattacking. Just find the hatches that are hidden out on the map.
Ooh, big Ultra Force coming into the natural here. There's no bunkers at the natural, so this could be a little scary here for Ultra. No medics as well.
If he can send the BCs back to support, that'd be fantastic. Hold position of the medics on the high ground or on the ramp would be great too. Oh, BC pops out at the perfect time. These Ultras are not long for this world. I mean, they might deal a decent amount of damage to the Marines, but eventually they're going to die. Oh, he just runs between the barracks, and now how are you going to hit him?
Yeah, you can't hit him now. Those Ultras, unfortunately, not able to get much more damage done here. Will get chased out by these BCs. But still, like, good, counterattack timings from DuGu. He's really making Ultra think here.
And that's another dead base, top middle. All you have to do is Terran. Don't let this guy get a 3rd and 4th gas. And you're up bases, so just make them mine out. Eraser into the mineral line. He doesn't notice at all. So that's going to be like 20 drones just instantly killed. Maybe he can save this hatch? Nope, never mind.
Nope. Yeah, Marines taking out that 12 o'clock's huge. All the drones being taken out at the natural. I mean, that's the majority of the eco here for DuGu. Wow, still not being countered. Are these vessels? They're getting more and more drone kills. No response, from DuGu here to pull these drones either.
Yeah, this game is super over at this point. Zerg, no econ, doesn't have critical mass Ultras anymore. What's he got, like 3 or 4? There it is, GG. And Ultra takes down DuGu, who really was a superstar last season. Yeah,
I mean, easily, I think top 2 Zergs in China, right? Like, it was between him and Zhao Shuai. Zhao Shuai also very phenomenal Zerg. But yeah, I think DuGu kind of takes the cake. He, took out Mihu that everyone thought was going to be champ, last season. So a very, very accomplished Zerg. And Ultra, did what he needed to do. I think he's very strong in particular against 3 hatch openers. And DuGu, was really having a difficult time kind of securing a 3rd base. That's just, pretty typical, I feel like, out of 3 hatch. So that's how it goes sometimes. And from, now it should be DuGu's map pick, at least. And I'm kind of interested to see what he might end up going with.
I'm actually really confident in Ultra's position versus DuGu now, because when you think about game 1, what did DuGu do? He just countered.
Yeah.
Game 2, what did he do? He just countered. Well, I can tell you, the only style that cares about counters is mech. So don't go mech here and just let Marine Medic just eat through Lings and Mutas. I really think Ultra's got a good shot of winning here, especially on another standard map like Vermeer. So I think I'm going to take Ultra here 2-1 because I don't see the counterattack style for DuGu panning out in Game 3. So let's find out. We're ready with Game 3. It's Vermeer, DuGu versus Ultra.
And spawning bottom right as the blue Zerg, we have DuGu.
Yep, and in the bottom left, it is Ultra. Now I think bottom left is similar to Eclipse, where you can put like depot racks, SimCity, if you really want to get a fast command center with a wall off of maybe like one Marine or so. That could be an opener from Ultra. Also, one of the intricacies of Vermeer is you can wall every position with just one depot, one racks, but they are not Ling tight, but it is still somewhat of a SimCity. It could be an option for Ultra. We'll see what he goes for, though. Looks like depot in the main.
Yeah, it does look like it's going to be depot in the main. I do like the wall-off style, though, on Vermeer, like you're saying. As a Zerg player, I love when they don't wall and you can just make 6 Lings early on, and, sometimes you catch 2-3 Marines early and then game's over. So walling off is quite annoying for the most part. Just prevents a lot of that early, like, garbage stuff from Zerg,
I know. I wall every game.
Yeah,
I don't want to deal with that garbage. I'm content with sacking a depot if that means that you're gonna not harass my mineral line with your mutas. I mean, that feels like a insane trade to me. And we do have the racks in the main, so everything's very standard from Ultra. Meanwhile, very standard from DuGu. If he's gonna go for the modern playstyle, he needs that gas about in the next 15 seconds or so. Drone scout going up the top. No, he's just gonna turn around.
He saw the SCV with the Overlord, I guess, so he knows he can pull it back. Pool going down inside the main, gas. This is all standard. This is exactly what I was kind of expecting after last game from DuGu, right? I think he maybe was just kind of trying to throw Ultra off, maybe, open 3 hatch, and, just to test and see if Ultra knew how to play against it, and he clearly does. So now this is just complete, safe, standard opener here out of DuGu. We'll see him go up to 13 supply and drones, save larva from there, likely for Zerglings, because he did get that first scout off with the Overlord and sees a command center building at Ultra's natural already.
The command center instantly being placed since he got that first scout off. And this is really a fantastic position for Ultra. This is really what you want as Terran. Is you don't want to build any Marines if you don't have to. And that is going to... Oh, I thought that was going to be a fast gas from Ultra, but instead it's going to be a fast 2 racks. Now what we're really waiting for is what's the gas timing for Ultra. Anything less than 330 gas generally means that we're going to have something like a 2 racks Academy push, like a pretty fast stem timing. But we don't see gas just yet.
Man, stem timing close positions on a map like this is so difficult to deal with. I wouldn't mind seeing something like that out of Ultra. Ultra does scout 6 Zerglings, 1 being pulled back, I guess, now to deal with the SCVs. Now, a lot of times when you see 6 Lings as Terran, you want to build a bunker, and that's exactly what we see out of Ultra here.
Well, that bunker ruined his Academy stem timing. He knew the Ling count, and he still opted for a bunker. So, it's still okay, because, of course, just because you can't go for a stem timing doesn't mean you can't just tech fast or get your fast upgrades. But I still don't see the Academy being built for Ultra. So now, this 2 racks, he's going to have a lot of Marines, but the Academy's so late he can't do much with it. Spire coming down. That of course, DuGu doesn't know that the Academy's late, but if he did, he should consider just sending out a drone right now to take a 3rd base.
Yeah, taking a 3rd base from here would be great. I mean... He hasn't really opted for a super early 3rd either of the previous games, so it would be a little bit of an adjustment to his play here. But we'll see. Spire is down. Zerglings trying to chase off that scouting SCV. Looks like they will get a catch here. And I don't know. I feel like just with their style matchups, I don't think it's necessarily a bad idea not to get that early academy here for Ultra. He can kind of wait, he can kind of sit, and as you said, he can kind of just expect the counter. I think, you know, build up a healthy bio marine count, get your turrets placed, and then go hunt a third base, and now you have a bunker where you didn't before. You know, I don't think it's a super bad idea here.
Well, Ling's poked in and saw that there's 8 Marines, which is quite a lot. If he pokes in now, oh, actually he's still gonna go with 8 Marines and 2 medics, but Stim is long ways away. It is still a quick move out, but the mutas will be done in time. So there's no way that this bust is gonna work, especially since there's Lings to support the Sunken also, and I know for a fact the mutas are gonna pop out on time. So this is just pressure, make DuGu overreact, but he's doing exactly what he should do. Just one Sunken. That's exactly what you want.
Yeah, this was a good read from DuGu. Knows exactly what he's up against here. I mean, just that one Sunken by itself will pretty much shut this down, especially paired with the Muta. So I think Ultra knows what he's doing here. He knows what he's up against. He's going to back off instead of trying to engage the Sunken Muta. And you know what? That's delayed all the turrets he's had to build, right? Like, DuGu has to take this bio move out very seriously. Because, yeah, a small group of bio will kill a handful of Zerglings and a Sunken, no problem here. But what is happening is Ultra is able to just kind of worry about his eco a little bit more before putting down some turrets at his natural and his main.
Yeah, and because that scan didn't see a hatch, he knows that the third base is out on the map, and that means that the mutas must shadow these Marines, because if they don't, Ultra just walks to top right at some point and that base is dead. Now I realize the mutas would counter the natural and rack up SCV kills, but I think it would be more punishing to DuGu to lose his third hatch. Now that's really good control right there to move into the sweet spot. He's going to now lose all of his Marines, but he does trade for almost 2 mutas, so that was actually a really good trade for DuGu.
Yeah, it was a very good trade for DuGu. Still, it was the most he could have hoped for with that Bioforce, right? They did buy time for turrets. They it scouted a base, right? He knows at least the third is definitely not mid-right. So it's got to be somewhere else, and got a good amount of damage done on these mutas. Still, we'd like to see natural gas get taken here shortly for Ultra, and he's got to start worrying about these SCVs that is natural.
We got a standard follow-up. Hive coming in. I think that's Hydroden in the main of DuGu. Yeah, it had to be Hydrogen or Evolution Chamber, but it is Hydrogen, so everything's very normal. No rush of upgrades means that this should be a Defiler game. Again, +1 weapon on the mutas, but he really hasn't done much harassment with this muta, so I don't know how much this will actually benefit him, but it will allow him to pop these Marines pretty quick.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's especially if he tries to transition into like a Guardian timing or something like that. Maybe it could have a little more pop to it. But for whatever reason, he does definitely likes to open that attack before armor on air for some reason.
Yep, mutas just being a nuisance, trying to keep Terran in check, make sure they don't move out of sync, because if they do, mutas will just pounce. But this is where we're starting to see some of the lag come in, and I hated that Marine machine. Took him out myself.
Yeah, took him out myself. Good counter timing here towards the back from DuGu, but still quite a few muta were lost there, and I'm not seeing any lurkers positioned at the third. So if the third gets noticed, it very much could fall here. We'll have to wait and see, I guess. I mean, even the natural... Yeah.
Even though it's not like a billion mutas, I mean, 11 mutas with +1 weapon, it's quite strong. And I don't think this is enough bio to just not care about 10 mutalists. So I don't think he can really get to top right easily. The natural, that's not getting busted. That's just not happening. And those are some straggler Marines at the top. You can never leave them out of sync. There goes another one. Is he going to go for it? He is.
He is.
I think this is a mistake. This is 3 Sunkens and mutas with +1.
Well, Nyoken. Bio's pretty strong.
Yeah, but these are mutas that don't take damage, plus the 2 Sunkens. Now, if the Firebats get in and kill the drone line, that's different. What? Does he hold this? Oh!
I ain't surprised, Nyoken. I ain't surprised.
Ain't surprised.
Looks like every game I
Wow.
play.
Wow. I need to consider that next time when they got 9 mutas and 3 sunkens. I still just go for it. The medics have no energy though, but Ultra's done a good job to reinforce with his Marines, but he needs to save those medics. Can't lose the medics.
I mean, they're buying time at this point. Like he's having to actually focus them down. Yeah, this is a dead hatchery for sure. I think Ultra's gonna take this.
It's
Wow.
over. What?
Yeah. GG is called there. Man, impressive play from Ultra. I think in what a lot of people would call an upset. You know, I think a lot of people would have expected DuGu to come out on top here, but Ultra saying, "Hey man, like I'm in this. I'm here. I'm a problem too. Don't forget me." Yeah, that was
That
a
happened?
really cool series.
Did he forget some mutas? What was it, 9 at the end? I feel like he had more than 9, didn't he? I thought he had at least 11.
I don't
don't
think he
know.
did. I think he
No?
lost a few in the previous. Like they had a small engagement when he first moved out of the natural, and he lost a few mutas there. So it was down to like 7, something like that. Yeah.
Okay, well, he just underbuilt mutas, and then it happened. The Marines can easily push through 3 Sunkens with just 7 mutas and 4 medics. But
He went Hive
Wow.
before Hydrodome. You gotta have lurkers, man. If he has 2 lurkers there, obviously that's not even a question, right?
yeah, the lurkers were definitely late. For you Zergs out there, standard lurker timing is 8:15, 8:30 or something, and we were not even close. So
Weren't
DuGu
there yet.
got punished for that choice, but it does set us up for what I thought was not going to happen. It's going to be Dewalt versus UltrA in the finals. I thought for sure that DuGu, before I saw the first 2 games, it was going to be a Dewalt versus DuGu matchup, but we're actually going to get TVP. I can't believe it.
I love it, man. Dewalt, anytime Dewalt gets to show off his PvT, man, it's always a lot of fun. And Ultra, not a player that is a slouch in the TvP matchup either. So definitely someone who I think has the capability to take a player like Dewalt to late game and let things get crazy. So I'm definitely excited for this one.
Yeah, it should be quite a good TVP, but of course we're going to be going into a break, and then we'll come back with our finals and find out who's going to make it out of Group B in first place.
What's up? Welcome back, everybody, to BSL16 Group B. We just got to see a pretty epic match, DuGu versus UltrA. UltrA actually surprising me, at least, and coming out on top in a very solid series there, going up, against a Chinese great. So that was, quite amazing to watch, obviously. And speaking of amazing, we have another amazing match here coming up. We got Dewalt going up against UltrA, fresh off his victory against DuGu. Man, this is going to be an exciting one for sure.
Yeah, this is going to be tough for UltrA. I don't care how good your Terran is when you're playing versus Protoss, especially a top-tier Protoss like Dewalt. You got your work cut out for you. And also, I've casted a lot of Dewalt games, and I've done some stuff with StarCraft. When we were setting up the Dewalt or Foreigner versus Korean matches, we wanted to have as good of matches as we could get, and the Koreans all agreed Dewalt's best matchup is versus Terran. And Power Bond, I think, is a good map for Terran, but that map is pretty open, and I'm waiting to see the floodgates of Dewalt 15 gate, 20 gate. I want to see him just ram it into UltrA.
Yeah, he definitely is very strong at that style too, right? Like definitely a Protoss who has a lot of different styles, but I mean he's known for kind of his shuttle play and obviously just his macro. Like he's not a player who's missing any pylons. He's not a player who skips on probes. He's just a problem, man. He's a big problem in a very solid way. So yeah, UltrA's got he's got his work cut out for him here, but I mean he can do it. If any Terran can do it, he can definitely do it. He's a very solid player. You kind of think somewhat similar to how Terra plays, previous BSL champion. So he's been able to basically play at this kind of level before, has solid Terran versus Protoss himself. Yeah, he's definitely gonna have his work cut out for him here on Power Bond. Not a simple map for this matchup, but yeah, I think it's gonna be an exciting one. And I think we are ready to get into game number 1 here. Dewalt versus UltrA on Power Bond. Here we go. And spawning top left of Power Bond as the red Protoss, we have Dewalt.
And in the top right, our blue Terran, it is UltrA. And what I like about Power Bond is you do have that 3rd and 4th base really close to you as Terran, so you really don't have to move very far to get it. You've got 10 mineral patches in your main, so you got some killer econ. But what I do not like about Power Bond is just like maps like Tau Cross and them, you've got the biggest main for Reaver Harass, and Reaver Harass is kind of just the go-to for Protoss for like the past couple years. And as long as UltrA can hold the Reaver play, I think he's in an okay spot, but if he can't hold the Reaver play, well, you're going to really see Dewalt just absolutely go into overdrive, and I don't think there's any way you're going to overcome that.
Yeah, I think of Reaver control when I think of Dewalt. He's got very formidable Reaver harass, particularly in this matchup. Zealot harass as well, with those early shuttle plays. He's always doing a great job being diligent about finding holes, and Power Bond's definitely a map where it's a little tricky for Terran to defend all angles, right? You almost think of like a Tau Cross or something like that. There's just a lot of surface area into this main, and it takes a very planned out process for defending early shuttle harass in order to do so effectively.
One of the things about Power Bond that is also difficult for Terran is there's a lot of dead space that in high grounds, if Protoss gets to critical mass carriers and they just sit over top middle, for example, over your natural, I mean, it's really, really hard to deal with carriers too. So I actually hope we see Dewalt go Arbiters this time, because I would like to see just a big slugfest in the middle of the map. I know Dewalt can play both. In general, he seems to favor Arbiters, though, so hopefully he goes for that. We do have a normal opener from him so far. I think he did not go Zealot, So not going to be any early pressure, which I think is good for Ultra. I don't want to have to deal with Zealots from the get-go. I'd prefer you just send me a single goon.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, Zealots can do a lot of damage, man. They're you know, it's really annoying and kind of can throw you off your game quite early. You know, I think early Zealot harass. I think of players like Raz, who you know it's coming every single time, and it's still not fun to deal with. Yeah, we gotta. Oh, go for it.
I was gonna say, I think that we may see an FD, but okay, there's 3 Marines. I think the Dewalt is just so strong in mid and late game that you kind of feel obligated as Terran to do something in the early stages because you need to get an advantage versus him. If it's even in the early stages, it's just going to become uneven in mid and late game. So I think that's why we're seeing multiple Marines on the high ground. But if you're not going to put Marines on the low ground, and you're not going to build a bunker, the Dewalt's going to know that an FD is coming. So I think I would have liked to see Ultra put down a bunker here, but he didn't, and that means that Dewalt, all he has to do is put down a second gate pretty quick, and he should be fine.
Yeah, I don't know. I wonder like what the reasoning is for not getting that bunker. Well, he sees the other 2 Marines as well, so he knows it's 4 Marines with a 5th one building at least. And yeah, we're seeing just the appropriate reaction here. Second gateway goes down, ranges on its way, and yeah, I don't know what this expects to get done against Dewalt, you know? Like, Dewalt faces this all the time. He's got incredible goon control against these early pressure move outs. It's going to be a little bit of an uphill battle here, it feels like, for Ultra.
Yeah, I think this is just the perfect response from Dewalt. I think that's even a battery at his natural. And yeah, there it is. So this is going to be really hard for Ultra to make work, but at least he's transitioning. Like, it's not like an all-in. This isn't an Artosis. This isn't Artosis playing where it's a 2-fact, or Terra where maybe he's going for a 2-fact or like 1 factory, 1 starport. Versus those types of players, I would have liked to see 3 gate, because then you know you just have to live, because there's no follow-up afterwards. So I like how he's actually not just, all in with this, and this is just going to put pressure onto Dewalt. So far, Dewalt has not done a good job to really hurt those Marines. He's killed 1. Okay, he takes... No, he doesn't take... Was that a miss?
Yeah, I think he retargeted another Marine there. Yeah. He's at least getting effectiveness out of the shield battery now. He is grouped with the other 3 Dragoons. Yeah, so I think this is still pretty solidly defended. Ooh, is he? I thought he was trying to pop that mine out. Okay. Well, that was unfortunate. Losing a goon for a mine there.
He's gonna get
mines, man.
Get that one hit, please. No, that's the worst feeling.
He was gonna what, Nyoken?
Yeah, he ain't gonna get that goon. That's a goon, man. They're so quick.
So quick. They're known for their nimbleness, you know?
Wow.
Oh, that's a fast siege.
Yeah, Dewalt's probably like, what the hell? Well, now he's got a zealot, so watch this guy. He's just gonna walk out there. Oh, you got siege? Yeah, I don't care. Oh, watch him.
Oh, you got a mine?
I'm
still
in
don't
here.
care.
I'm in here.
I'm gonna blow all your stuff up. Oh, that's funny. Well, tank going down, mine going down there, Marine getting cleaned up. And yeah,
Wow.
This looks like Dewalt fairly simply held here. Like, you know, the game stabilized.
Well, we got Dewalt going into Reaver, which is the safe play, but actually, as soon as you see Siege, Dewalt can just instant exit. Because if you think about it, he just lost a tank, that's 150. Siege mode, that's an expensive upgrade. That could have been a second factory. So you know there's no second factory for a long time, so there's not a lot of production. So what's Terran going to attack you with? Okay, he knows there's not a lot of production, like I said, so just jumps on this tank. Goodbye, tank. Now, these goons might die, but this is just so worth for Dewalt.
Really? No way. Okay.
It buys so much time. And like I said, you know that Terran has no production. They don't. It's impossible when you rush Siege like that. Now, losing 3 goons, now it was kind of not the best of trades, but like I said, what's Ultra going to attack with? 2 tanks?
Yeah, no way. It just slows that clock down for him, right? He's got to get a good 7, 8, 9 tanks before you can really, truly feel super comfortable as Terran here. So, yeah, and you know what else? That Reaver is slowly getting closer and closer to completion here. The Ultra's got to do what he can to try to mitigate any kind of shuttle pressure that you have to expect if you're facing off against Dewalt here.
We got the turret ring in position. Looks like the spread is really well done from Ultra. I think he's got to build like 5. I think he's got to put one at the top too. Yeah. So he did have to commit a lot of turrets to this, but it doesn't seem like there's really any angle for the Reaver to get in. But not the biggest of deals for Protoss because they can just sit it outside of your main and just make sure you don't go for a push. Now, because Ultra's continuously building tanks, this looks like we could have something like a 9 to 11 tank push if he's going to go for another secondary timing where he's just flooding like 2 to 3 more factories. But if he's going to do that, he needs to start putting down those additional factories pretty soon. However, Dewalt with a misstep here, he's going to lose his shuttle before the Reavers unload, and that's the exact type of scenario that Ultra needed, whether he wants to take a command center or go for a timing. That was great for him.
Really unfortunate. I'm surprised he went for that there. He basically, I mean, it looked like he almost ran straight over top of that turret, which is usually a no-no. So, I don't know. A little bit of, definitely a misstep there from Dewalt, but, I mean, if anyone can play their way back from here, it's Dewalt.
Well, he's decided that he's going to go into 4 factories. Now, this could backfire because he does not have comsat, so he doesn't know that Dewalt has already gone into 6 gateways. I'm sure he has a Citadel. He doesn't necessarily need Templar Archive, just Citadel. Okay, maybe he doesn't. So this actually could be a really good move from Ultra because he's already got a lot of tanks, and you need Zealot support with the Goon, not just pure Goon. He's also rebuilt 6 Marines somehow, so that's a lot of units to just soak up hit. Now he's got SCVs coming. Wow, this is actually a really strong push, and Dewalt actually does not have enough. And he, in fact, he's just trying to set up a loop around to prevent reinforcements. Oh my god, all these Goons gonna die?
Wow, that would be huge. Does pick off 1 tank, but yeah, it takes a little bit of damage there, and it looks like he's going for some type of a Goon counter. We do still have a bunker at the natural, though. And this little avenue that Ultra's pushing down, I mean, it seems a little tough for Protoss to engage here.
It's tough for Protoss to engage, but the Goons have done a good job because they can't. Terran can't reinforce easily. I don't know about that Scarab upgrade damage. That's a very expensive upgrade. You're going to one-shot every unit that Terran has anyways. I feel like that could have been a Citadel, but we'll see how it actually works out. Also, because of how rarely I see it, I don't know how long it takes. But here we go. Shuttle bombing on top of these tanks. The tanks are completely isolated. There's no support at all. The Reaver gets on top of all the tanks, and Dewalt's easily going to clean this.
That was so well executed here. Yeah, there's no way Ultra could really reinforce this. And, I mean, Dewalt just getting maximum efficiency out of every unit there. And, yeah, suddenly, I mean, that was just completely stopped there from Ultra.
Yeah, that was a big mistake from Ultra. He moved out. I liked the idea, but he needed some way to get the rest of his army together. Now that he lost all of his army, his tanks count's been reset. Protoss can go take another base if he wants. Command Center's been delayed. Starport just now started. I don't even know if Ultra has an upgrade, whether he has +1 or what have you, but he's in real trouble now, and he's going to go for another attack, but the tank count is just not there. So I like how he's turned around now and just going to take a Command Center instead.
Yeah, probably the right call. You know, it is only a mineral only right outside the natural, but it kind of pushes towards Dewalt's base. Maybe if he can get another big, you know, tank push together, he might be able to threaten Dewalt's natural again. So not a bad option from here. And we look at the supplies, and they're fairly even, which is usually a good sign for Terran, right?
Yeah, this is... If you can ever be even with Protoss, that's ideal for you. Now, the Reaver's coming in again, and Vultures are setting up. He needs to lay some mines, though. Doesn't have any mines. The Reaver gets into the, I would say, the sweet spot in the sense that the shuttle doesn't get shot by the turret, but the Reaver didn't get any SCVs, but it's going to get quadruple depot kill.
Yeah, quad depot, that's huge. I mean, that's going to be a big supply block here for Ultra. Whoa. 103, yeah, to 84. Jeez, that's
where that Scarab damage went. He's 4-shotting the depots instead of 5-shotting them. Look at that.
I mean, it's working out for him. He's even greeting. He's going to get another depot out front there. Oh, this is huge. I mean, this is just a massive supply block, unfortunately, here. Dewalt trying to move in.
I can't tell you how painful that is. When you think of Reavers, you think of them killing SCVs and tanks and stuff. But if you kill depots, it's equally as bad. Now, I gotta say, these Vultures did a decent amount of damage, but they did not do 8 depots worth of damage. He's scrambling to get depots up. He's still supply blocked.
Yeah, he's still supply blocked. He's got a really healthy SCV count at least. So once this third, now the third's up online, he can kind of get himself back into this one. But that was not good. Oh, to tank for the turrets? That's kind of interesting. You don't see that very often. Yeah, whenever you see that Sarah, you know Protoss is going for another big drop in the main. So he'll probably do it here soon, actually.
Yeah, he should be doing it soon. It's like you said, it's not something you see often. I can tell you my own experience when I see a Corsair. Generally, when it happens, the opposing player is a lot better than I am, and I get murdered. So whenever I see it, I'm not happy. And here it comes. This is a mini recall with triple shuttle. Not a lot of defense. There's 4 tanks, but no mines. Reavers unload. 3 of the 4 tanks already gone. Ultras come back, get instantly blown up. And Ultra's in big trouble. Look at the supply.
Yeah, did you see how he targeted the turret in the center down so he could keep all 3 shuttles alive? Like, oh man, that was crazy. These are slow zealots too. It just makes it all the more painful.
Yeah, and it's not like Ultra can't move his stuff from his third base, because if he does, he's going to get busted. And there it is, GG. This is, like I said, you can't let Dewalt get away with any early advantage, because we had... Didn't you tell me, isn't it good for Terran to have even supply at 105? And what was Ultra supply at the end? 99? And Protoss was 160 in just 2 minutes or so.
Yep, right before that drop, everything looked like it was going so good, you know? And then, Scarab damage, Reavers blow up your depots, so it goes. Dewalt just such a menace in this matchup, as you were saying. Ultra's, it was a game. Like his first push looked a little scary. Might have been able to get something done. Hopefully, game number 1 doesn't throw him off his play too much here. But I'm kind of interested to see what kind of map he would end up picking against Dewalt here. What are your thoughts? What map do you favor in the BSL map pool for TVP specifically?
Well, for TVP, I like any standard map, Circuit Breakers, Vermeer. I think Butter's okay. If I was playing it, I would probably pick a standard map. But I'm trying to think of Ultra's perspective. Of course, Ultra wants to get out of the group, right? I think the likelihood of Ultra getting out in first place over Dewalt is quite low. So because of that, I have a feeling Ultra probably prepared to get out in second place. And the second place map is Nemesis. So I'm assuming he played a lot of Nemesis games. And if I would just gamble that DeWalt didn't play a lot of Nemesis games and try and abuse the fact that maybe I practiced a little more there. It's a weird map. Maybe I can catch him with like a drop that cripples his probe line. So I think from a strategic point of view, I would pick Nemesis if I was Ultra.
Gotcha. Yeah, Nemesis definitely not a map that I'm sure DeWalt's been super practiced on just because of everything else he's got going on. But yeah, it looks like the map is going to end up being Vermeer. So kind of like you were saying, man, along the same lines as just being safe, standard maps. Everybody's played a billion games on Vermeer by now. It's been the ladder map pool. Like, it is also just an exciting map. Like, you get to see a lot of really great games play out. Specifically on these, it feels like to me anyway, on the bigger maps, right? More potential for ultra late game, craziness, which we all love to see. With that, I think we are ready to get into our next game here. It's going to be Dewalt facing off against Ultra on Vermeer. And spawning top right as the red Terran, we have Ultra.
And in the bottom left, you know who it is. It's Dewalt. And someone in the chat, I noticed flexing that Dewalt has an 86% win rate versus Terran. I mean, there's no shocker there because he just doesn't lose versus Terran. Like his PVT really is top notch. You know, when I first came back to Remastered, I think I played Dewalt. I didn't even know who Dewalt was, and when I played him, like, I feel like if I practice, I could beat him. But over time, you can really feel how much he's improved over time. Now when I play him, I literally go into it like, okay, if I don't die at 10 minutes, I'm okay. I'm still gonna lose, but I'm okay. If I get an advantage in the early game, I might win. But if there's no advantage, you better have god tier macro, otherwise you're just gonna get run over.
Yeah. Well, I don't hit him on ladder because I'm not high enough. So yeah, I can imagine. Oh man, is this gonna be a 12 next? I love it.
Of course,
I really
it is,
love
Machine. You think Protoss players not gonna throw in a 12 Nexus versus Terran? Come on, there's no counter. I've heard from the expert
The great
himself,
one.
Artosis. No counter, especially when it's cross spawn. Imagine you go 12 Nexus and you're not cross spawn. Is that possible as Protoss, or do you just always get cross spawn?
I don't think so. I think the second you put the Nexus down, like, reality changes, right? And it actually positions them across the map from you every time. Yeah, that's how it works. Man, 12 next cross map, and he's gonna scout cross map. Like, it's
Yeah,
just
why not?
ideal. I know, cause they're gonna be there. The second you place the Nexus, they're automatically cross map. You know.
Well,
So
it's a smart move, because if you scout cross spawn, Terran doesn't want to push into 12 Nexus cross spawn. So if you see them first at cross spawn, all of a sudden maybe you don't need to build a second gate because the chances of them pulling are so low.
yeah, I mean, it would be, yeah, not a good decision to pull here. It looks like UltrA will at least get second scout off. I'm telling you, he's not going to be happy, though, when he scouts this.
Oh no, you're pissed as Terran, 100% you're pissed. And as Terran, when you come in here and see that they didn't even build a second gate, you're even more pissed, because that means that it's as naked of a 12 Nex as it could possibly be.
Do you just pull the boys after that?
You alt Q enter is what you do.
Okay. Shoot. Well,
You're out of there.
UltrA doesn't know the alt Q enter build order, it seems, and he will choose to play this one on. But yeah, you can rest assured that Dewalt is grinning ear to ear right now.
Yeah, this is such an impossibly hard thing to overcome. I've played on ladder versus 12 Nexus a lot, and you know, I've alternated between, okay, do I all in this, do I not all in this? Sometimes I purposely don't all in this to just see what Protoss can do. I had a game where Protoss maxed at 10-15. 10-15.
Jeez.
Terran has like 110 supply at that moment, and you just get run over. There was a game of Gypsy played versus Rain. Rain maxed with stasis at 11 minutes. A lot of times you have max, but you don't have stasis, and you got run over. So when you face a 12 Nexus, you gotta do something about it, and it looks like he's just gonna expand, which means the only real other option for UltrA now to abuse this is maybe get a starport drop into the main and pray he can get vultures in. The problem with that is if it doesn't do any damage, there's
even
no
further
recovery
behind.
from that. Yeah, there's no recovery. There's absolutely zero chance. How'd that SCV get in?
Hacks, clearly. He's clearly hacking. You heard it here first. UltrA caught hacking on BSL16. Now, I don't know. That was crazy.
Yeah, he shift clicked.
Yeah. Oh, he shift clicked it. Okay.
Well, that's a big scout. He at least gets to see what the tech is. Probe taking on SCV, and he gets to see that the robo timing is a normal timing, a 4-minute robo, very normal. The fact that UltrA's going mines here, I think that's the best counter you can do, is you lay mines to lay the third base, get map control. A lot of smart Protoss players won't just mindlessly move across the map into mines. So the best thing UltrA can do here is, if he's not going to go for harassment, try and build a command center, a third base command center, and try and recover that way.
I see. Huh. Yeah, I mean, Terran always has that option, right? Once Terran does get to a point where they're maxed, you know, they are just the most efficient, even in this matchup, it feels like. So maybe if UltrA can just kind of turtle, take a third, you know, let Dewalt play it out, have his map control, and then kind of play your way back in from there, you know, it's probably his best shot going into this match so far.
because Dewalt didn't scout at all, well, other than the pro, but I mean, like, isn't scouting with the Zealot, isn't poking with Dragoons anywhere. If Ultra had gone, like, one Vulture or two Vultures command center, that actually could have been another way that Ultra could have gotten back into the game. I've seen players like Royal do that, and it is a way to overcome the 12 Nexus deficit, but a bit unlucky for Ultra to not do that. He is just playing somewhat normal here. And third Nexus goes down for Dewalt, 6 minutes, so that looks pretty normal. Armory's done, and that means we're going to have about a 12:15 to 1 timing, which is pretty good, but like I said, a lot of the max timings with the 12 Nexus hit before 12 minutes, so Ultra's still got to be very careful.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think he's doing a good enough job at the moment, just kind of preparing everything, but it looks like we already see some turrets going down inside the main. He's got his tanks positioned in the main, ready for the inevitable Reaver drop that there is. But yeah, I don't know. When do you think Ultra will end up taking a third?
I think he's gonna be camping for a long time. He's gonna have to wait for critical mass, maybe even wait for 2-1 to kick in to build that command center, because he doesn't have comstat. He doesn't know if Dewalt's flooding gateways or Reaver or 2-base Arbiter. I mean, he saw pylons at bottom middle, but doesn't necessarily mean there's even a Nexus there. So I think he's just going to be sitting there camping for a long time. I think if Ultra survives the onslaught that's going to come pre-15 minutes, we could go into a long split map. Not necessarily split map, but you know what I mean, like 4-base, 5-base, 30-minute TVP if we get there.
That could be fun. I mean, it is a big map, like, you know, like we were saying. Really, that's kind of, I think, most players and fans' favorite type of game, right? We want to see it drag out. We want to see carriers. We want to see arbiters. We want to see big tank armies melting dragoons. So I'm excited. It seems like it's trending that way right now.
Yep, we've got 100 supply for Protoss versus 70. 6 worker lead. It was 10 for a long time, but now, okay, it's back up to almost 10. Dewalt's probably going to start cutting probes within the next couple seconds or so, if he even builds any more probes. First 2 Reavers moving across the map, but Ultra's had turrets and mines set up for a long time, so this really shouldn't do any damage unless Dewalt's going to be stubborn like he was on Power Bond, where he just ran in anyways. But with there being 2 Reavers in here, I think that would be way too costly of a loss. Instead, I like this move. He's just going to sit outside the base. Anytime Terran moves out, he's going to have to take some pot shots from those Reavers.
Yeah, I think this was the call, especially after last game. You know, Ultra's going to be defended, prepared. We even see, you know, 5 tanks and a Goliath sitting in the main already with mines placed. There was no way those Reavers were ever going to do any damage. And we actually see a drop ship. Nyoken, this makes me think of what you were saying earlier.
Double drop. I like that. If he can do 2 tanks, 4 Goliaths, or 3 Goliaths and a Vulture, I think that's good. You definitely got to have Goliaths in the drop, because if you don't, the shuttle's just going to run over there and kill everything, right? But if you mix in Goliaths, all of a sudden, the Reavers can't just mindlessly move in. You got to be diligent, because otherwise you're going to lose the expensive Reavers. And when Protoss moves back, maybe it buys you time to set up your third base. So I'd really like to see Goliaths in the second dropship. We'll wait and see what Ultra decides to go with. Now, that's something you don't see often. That's 4 Reavers. This is starting to become Snow-esque style.
Yeah, 4 Reavers. I mean, and we see the double drop moving out here. It's going to be the 2 Goliaths, like you were saying. I mean, hopefully he can just get it back into that third and do some significant damage here, and that would really start putting Dewalt on the back foot. Oh, Probe will see the 2 dropships, though. Let's see if we get an immediate reaction out of Dewalt, and yep, we're seeing the Reavers loaded up and heading straight to the south side of the map. We see a lot of probes here, a couple cannons even, but cannons starting to do a little bit of damage to those siege tanks. And this is still just a great drop here from Ultra. That
was really good. Now, the reason I said 3 Goliaths is because he 2-shot the shuttle like that. And you can see, because he didn't 2-shot it, both the Reavers unload and get both the tanks. So He does do a decent amount of damage, but he really needed to kill that shuttle and all the Reavers. He got one of them, which is good, but you can see it bought him time. All of Protoss, his army, left Terran's natural, and now he takes a third base. That was really, really good from Ultra.
Yeah, that was a great decision there from Ultra. I don't think he can hold this third, though, and go for another counter drop. So, a little surprised to see these dropships kind of moving out. They might even get caught here by Observer Dragoon. Yep. How does Dewalt know?
No.
Ooh, good reaction time, though, from Ultra. Ultra will end up sitting back. Scans, sees the Dragoons surrounding the dropships even. But this is still buying time for him to secure his own third. Ooh.
He needs to get SimCity up, though. This is not enough SimCity, and since Dewalt knows that a lot of stuff is loaded up in those dropships, there's really not a lot of defense here. The mines had decent connection, it's just that the tank count is so low.
Yeah, only 3 tanks really within range here. SCVs unfortunately rallying in. They're now exposed to those Reavers, and it looks like Dewalt just kind of running away here. We do have a counter drop, though, at this 6 o'clock location. Oh my gosh, 1 Reaver Scarab already sitting and waiting, getting some massive damage on those 3 remaining siege tanks, and they're going to fall.
Yeah, this drop's going to get cleaned up pretty easily, and the third's been busted. There's still the Reavers alive in the shuttle. I don't know if Dewalt will be able to outright win the game here, but you can see he's taking bottom right at the same time. He already has 4 bases. Reaver gets into the mineral line again, gets like 7 SCVs, and he's going to get another connection, and that's it. GG.
Wow.
Dewalt takes it 2-0, and you can see why 12 Nexus is so hard to deal with. I think Ultra's response was good with the drops, but loading them up a second time is just too much not in your army now that you got busted too easily. If he could not have loaded up and set up like a SimCity with the eBay or floating an eBay, I think he actually could have held it. 120 versus 150 supply. Terran can hold attacks like that if you have really good SimCity in setup.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he would have had the 3 additional tanks, a few more mines, SimCity set up, like you said, he might have been able to hold and, continue that game. Still, well done there from Ultra, made it a pretty good series, but it's actually going to be Dewalt moving on and taking this group number B. So, group number B, man. Man, I think it was going to be a little bit of a coin toss between DuGu or Dewalt going into this, but Dewalt proving he's at the top of his game right now, so it was really nice to see. And with that, we're actually going to get down to the first elimination match here. It's going to be Ptak going off and facing off against DuGu ZVZ. So that should be pretty good. Ptak, quite strong. ZVZ, DuGu, obviously we know he's got the muta control that it takes for this matchup in particular. So it'll be a pretty exciting ZVZ we get to cast as well.
Yeah, I think that ZVZ will be pretty darn good, but I think we're going to be going into a break, and then we'll come back with that, and we'll see if Ptak can send a Chinese player home. Remember, we already got 2 through Group A, so don't go anywhere.
Hey, welcome back everybody to BSL16 Group B. We have a new matchup for the day, finally. ZVZ, actually. Ptak going up against DuGu here. So, Ptak obviously pretty strong. Former WCG, competitor, and then we have DuGu, just a Chinese menace. And, the Chinese players, Nyoken, you were saying, have already been doing fairly well so far, to qualifying through Group A. So we'll see if DuGu can kind of keep up the what's been going on, I guess, so far. But we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I think Ptak's got a shot here. DuGu, even though we know he's a very strong player, Ptak is also really strong. And in the previous season, I remember there was a Monopoly game, I think, of Ptak versus Siki, where we saw Ultra Lisk. So we could actually have an epically long ZVZ. And I gotta say, the games of DuGu versus Ultra, DuGu seemed really off, but it could just be that he was just playing like a counter-attack style and it didn't work versus Ultra. But in ZVZ, being aggressive isn't necessarily a bad thing. So I could see him playing a little bit better in ZVZ compared to his ZBT.
Yeah, I mean, he also showed great Muta-Ling control, which is also a massive part of ZVZ. With his 3-hatch style versus Ultra, the Lings were trading pretty damn effectively against upgraded bios. So looks like map number 1 here going to end up being Power Bomb, 3-player map for ZVZ. Pretty standard. It's not really going to change much of anything. Shorter rush distance ish. From natural to natural, so might dissuade players from doing stuff like 12 hatch openers, but you can never really tell ZVZ, so we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, looks like we are ready to get into game number 1 here. ZVZ Ptak going up against DuGu. Let's get into the game. And spawning top left of Power Bond as the red Zerg, we have DuGu.
Yep, and in the bottom middle, our blue Zerg, it is of course Ptak. And I'm pretty sure I am remembering the Monopoly games pretty accurately, and that means we may actually get to see some hatchery openers from Ptak, try and actually get into a mid and late game. And we know DuGu's aggressive, so if he's going to be the aggressive one, it's going to be on him to make something happen. And like we were saying, Power Bond has a really big main. It is going to be a direct pathway main to main here for DuGu into Ptak's main, and he can maybe able to rack up some Muta kills with, or some drone kills with his Muta harassment.
Yeah, he maybe could. I mean, that's always kind of the issue with 3-player maps in this matchup. Someone's got to get the bad spawn, right? Someone's got to have like a more difficult to defend natural or main or vice versa. So, just kind of based on that, I almost like, I don't know, I guess DuGu's position could be fine too, right? If DuGu goes for something like a natural expansion and then he's able to hold it, it also kind of defends his main. So we'll have to wait and see here. This is going to be, I think that was an 11 pool, and kind of a 12, basically a 12 pool here out of DuGu, and very same thing going down for Ptak as well. So both these players likely look like they want to expand. Looks like Ptak's going to be taking his gas here on 12 supply, pretty standard. Same with DuGu. So this is actually just a 12 pool expo for both players.
Yeah, so middle of the road build here from both sides. I guess taking game 1 as a chance to evaluate either player's style of play, mirrored builds, and actually, even though it is mirrored builds, Ptak has slight advantage because he at least gets to see that this is mirrored builds, whereas DuGu's in the dark, and that's going to allow Ptak at least the chance to build additional drones, whereas DuGu has to build Lings right now.
Yeah, I think we saw it too. I think we saw an egg go down in the main. Yep. Before the Lings, so you love this position as Zerg. Right now, this is Ptak's game to kind of lose. It is only a 1 drone advantage, but 1 drone in ZVZ is, as we know, is a big deal here. So DuGu almost going to be forced to pressure with this early 6 Lings. 8 lings, looks like, in production total. Speed first. Speed first as well for Ptak here, but I mean, just with that, man, that additional drone just makes up so much of a difference here. He should be able to start his lair any second here. Yep, lair starting for both players at pretty much the exact same time. But the longer this game goes on, Ptak should just be a little further ahead.
Yep, finally something gets in for DuGu, and he does spot the hatchery timing, so he knows that both players did the exact same build. He still doesn't know if it's lair first versus speed first, but he should be pretty confident that it's probably speed since the Overlord's overlooking his main and seeing that it was no lair. So more than likely Ptak is just matching the build.
Now we have a second drone actually from Ptak, and that is a big deal. DuGu's got to get something done. But at the same time, because it's 2 additional drones, I mean, things are a little scary for Ptak, but honestly, he should hold. The longer this game goes on, the more certain I am Ptak is in a great spot here.
Yep, Ptak could even use that drone to build a sunken if he wants. Sunkens, of course, aren't the greatest versus lings, but at least they soak up hits. 2 lings are running into the natural right now to try and poke around, and he kind of sees that actually Ptak doesn't have as many lings as I think he was anticipating, but I mean, he's not gonna go for it though.
Yeah, for a second there, we had even 12 drones to the 9 of DuGu, so yeah, it's just the 2 drone advantage here, but DuGu maybe not hitting the response time he was looking for. Yeah, he's leaving too many Zerglings at his natural here. Yeah. I think he needs to just go at this point. It's 13 drones now to the 9 of DuGu. DuGu is just... Yeah.
I think what DuGu is doing is he's waiting... well, I don't know. I was going to say I think he's waiting for both players to have their Spire finish or be close to finishing, and then DuGu's going to flood lings, whereas Ptak's going to go mutas. And while there's no mutas on the field, he's just going to take the ling advantage and try and end the game that way. But maybe not, because we do have a drone being built at the natural. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's going to be a ling flood.
Yeah, it's got to be. I mean, yeah, 3 drones down, you got to do something. So here we go. Ling's in production actually for Ptak now. He's decided not to wait for those additional, muta to come out, which I think is a great decision here, right? Like, he's been up drones. He just wants the game to go on. And Ling's trying to slip around the right side here. Oh, wow.
It's a winning fight for DuGu. And what are Ptak's lings doing in the center of the map? I don't think he realizes that he has a group there. I think he forgot about him. Okay, he didn't. Oh, that is so many lings. DuGu definitely wants this fight.
Yeah, Ptak's force is a little split, but somehow he actually looks like he's coming out on top. More reinforcements, though, for DuGu. Ptak definitely can't take this fight. He needs to back up here, and he's not going to. And this is big for DuGu.
Well, I think the Spire is done, so it at least buys him time to get the mutas off, get the mutas up. He still does. He doesn't have any lings though. That's the problem. Like I said, I think this was a ling flood. You can see there's no mutas for DuGu, but I'm pretty sure Ptak has to have mutas now. No, he doesn't.
Yeah, it looks like he's just saving all his gas. We see 700 gas even here for Ptak. He's just putting everything into trying to live here. I would love to see a sunken at this point. Like, once you see this many, you should just go for it. 2 Scourge hunting here for DuGu. And really, I mean, we're just seeing Ptak make pure ling just to counter this. This is crazy.
At some point, Ptak's going to have to build some air, but he's in trouble because the Scourge are just sitting over top of the eggs. Literally, 1 muta would win this game from DuGu. He's not building any, though. It's just ling man on both sides. Ptak has so much money. I feel like you just got to build at least 1 sunken.
Yeah, I think if he builds a sunken in the main here, like, he just doesn't even have to care about the natural. Maybe that's the way to go. Or maybe you just get the natural. I don't know. But, I mean, either way, every second this goes on, Ptak is further and further ahead. I actually think he's in a really good spot here.
Yeah, he's definitely in a good spot. I'm still surprised DuGu hasn't built a single muta. Neither side has built a muta, but at least it makes sense for Ptak with the Scourge just sitting over top. Ptak is still the one being aggressive with the Lings. He's making sure DuGu does not waste any larva on mutas. And actually, I think Ptak has an advantage right now. He's going to go, but isn't there a counterattack at the natural Ptak, or are those Scourge?
They might be Scourge. Oh, wow. This is a lot of Lings here from Ptak. What a trade. It's not quite enough. Oh, man, this has been a crazy game. You don't really see ZVZs like this.
Oh, he
super
cleared
often.
out the Scourge.
Okay, looks like, yeah, he's happy with clearing out the Scourge, and that means it's Muta time here. And now, DuGu's stuck on Lings and isn't making Muta. So, man, this is crazy. This is really crazy. First Muta out, second Muta out. Okay, Scourge are trying to connect.
Oh, he gets one. You really need to have, I would say, at least 3 mutas to micro effectively versus Scourge, but even 3 is quite hard to do. That one Scourge might actually connect onto one of them. Oh, okay, he's just going to sack it. He knows that this guy doesn't have any more Scourge here. Oh, wow, DuGu might just be outright dead. He's going to go for a Ling counterattack to try and buy time. Oh, Scourge pop out. Oh, man, Scourge killing mutas is not what you want as Ptak.
No, it's so cost efficient. Yeah, he does get another drone, though. It's 7 drones to the 12, and DuGu has to win here. Yeah. I think Ptak probably making more Muta right now. We're seeing 300 minerals, 800 gas. I mean, he should have no problem with making any Muta. And here we go. Oh, not a good position there for Ptak initially. Muta is alive, though, still able to do some damage, and 2 more Scourge even coming in here. But it almost looks like too many Lings for Ptak.
Yeah, Ptak has a billion Lings, and even though mutas are dying, I mean, look at the gas advantage still. He can build 10 mutas as soon as he gets some money. Scourge are just being constantly produced. There's no chance of there ever being mutas. You know what Scourge don't do? They don't hit ground machine, and that's what he needs. This is just an overwhelming amount of Lings, and that means that Ptak is going to take game 1.
Wow. Impressive display of ZVZ here from Ptak. And yeah, he's just got too much here, man. I mean, he had the right read, you know, opening that 12 pool early on, getting the extra drone, and we see what happens if you just let, you know, the other Zerg's eco run away in a ZVZ. DuGu had some very impressive counter timings, but you know, really Ptak just never gave him an opening to get back into the game.
Yeah, it was the perfect read from Ptak. Of course, he got lucky to have that spawn where he gets the first scout off. So
yeah.
If it wasn't that, if he was in DuGu's position, you know, maybe it's the exact other way around where DuGu takes that game because he has 1 additional drone for, you know, 5 minutes. That adds up a ton in ZVZ.
Yeah, it absolutely does. But I mean, there's just no way you could read it. Sometimes you just gotta take those risks, and so it goes. But with that, yeah, it looks like Ptak actually off to a solid start here, leading up 1-0 against DuGu. But with that, should be DuGu's map pick, and you know, I wonder if he'll pick a 2-player map.
Yeah, I think it's Butter or Sylphid. I don't think. Well, I mean, I guess Odyssey is not that big of a deal. It's not crazy. Okay, there it is. Sylphid, not surprising.
Another 3-player map.
I assume probably Ptak vetoed Butter, but Sylphid doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, Sylphid, another map where something like a 12 pool can be very strong, especially if you get that first scout off again. No ramp leading into the main, so you don't see stuff like overgas nearly as often on a map like Sylphid. And yeah, but still, solid map for ZVZ. And we'll have to see what builds each of these players end up opting for here. But yeah, with this, we are ready to get into game number 2 here. ZVZ, Ptak facing off against DuGu. And let's jump into the game. And
he got it, Machine.
You did. Again, spotting at the 12 o'clock as the red Zerg. We have DuGu.
And in the bottom right, he's going the right direction with his scout. It's Ptak.
Yeah, you hate to see this, ZVZ. Like, it's really a big deal to not, you know, because eco is so important in ZVZ. You never see drone scouts, right? It's like the only matchup you really don't see worker scouting at all. And then I mean, when they get that first Overlord in, especially if you are able to scout some, like a natural, like a 12 pool, there's just so many ways to abuse it. Namely, just get one more drone than your opponent. And it's a big, big deal in this matchup. That being said here, though, DuGu going for a 9 pool, I like it. I like the decision here.
I don't like it because I think Ptak's just going to do the 11 or 12 pool again, and I think 12 pool just shuts down 9 pool. So we'll see if that's
can.
we'll see if that's what Ptak wants to go for. But if I got a victory versus DuGu in the first game, I would just do the same build, and there it is.
You called it. Yeah, this, I mean, no doubt. It is a counter to the 9 pool. So, and he's going to get first scout off and know exactly what's coming, so he can pull the 3 drones and all that. Things are looking really good for Ptak here, I gotta say. This is every Zerg's dream in a matchup. That being said, though, I mean, there's some interesting things you can do as a 9 pooling Zerg for DuGu, right? You can go speed first. And if you get a couple lings somehow past the wall, like into the main, I mean, speedlings will tear down drones so quickly. It can be quite annoying to deal with, but you know, that's a big if, right? Most Zergs know, okay, I'm always you know, potentially up against the threat of speedlings, and actually it's going to be layer first, so it won't even matter. But at least the Spire timing should be faster here for DuGu, and there are ways to play your way back into a game like this. But as is, Ptak up 1 drone with the faster natural hatchery timing, and yeah, he's got to be feeling pretty good here.
Yep, lings are going to pop out in the nick of time, and because
he's got to pull drones.
Well, does he? He's going to have lings. He's going to have 6 versus 6. Well, he doesn't want to take the first shot. But because of those games I remember from last season being long ZVZs, I feel like this is the type of game Ptak likes playing. He's going to have eco advantage. He doesn't care about going spores. That's what he's used to if he has to go spores. I feel like this is just going to be in his wheelhouse. We've got 10 lings for DuGu coming across the map, but Ptak's the one that's going to have speed. So if these lings are ever out of position, DuGu might lose a couple.
Yeah, DuGu's gonna have to back up here soon. You always have to assume that the 12 pool expoing Zerg is going speedling before lair. Like, just, it's the most common, especially when you aren't able to scout their main. Easiest way to lose a game versus this is just let your lings get caught out on the map. That being said, we have a very fast Spire here for DuGu. Ptak not running his Overlord back quite yet. There's no way that Ptak's Spire timing will be in time to defend versus this, so he's going to absolutely have to spore, like you said. Ooh, hiding lings out on the map? Okay.
Yeah, he's setting up for that backstab. I think that's a smart move. So if it has that tiny choke, he can sit in the arc, have an effective trade. I like how Ptak is not all-inning, like we saw him do versus Dewalt. He's just droning up, and he's just going to have a huge drone lead, and he's going to go into spores. Now, the one thing that I don't like about spores is this position on Sylphid. Bottom left, or bottom right, I mean. Building spores to defend your gas and mineral line. Well, okay, I guess I'm talking about turrets, but essentially the same thing. It's a nightmare. You got to build so many to defend mutas. And I actually think that spore is slightly out of position. I feel like mutas might be able to get into the mineral line. Oh, that's not a spore, that's a spot.
Yeah, I think he's going to put it below the pool. Either way, he's got to start building stuff, right? Like, these mutas are coming out. They're being built here. So we got to start getting some spores and some mineral lines and blocking some, you know, like the space leading into his natural or main. Okay, so that's a pretty good one. I like the creep colony below the pool. I think that's definitely needed. And we do have Spire.
He needs 2 in the main, at least 2 at his natural. And I would like also a sunken there too, to make sure if you're playing some, you know, like top tier pro that likes to try and just out micro you with Ling Muta and try and create a gap where the Lings can run in. I think you need that sunken too. I mean, he's also up 7 workers, so he can afford to sack a drone on a sunken colony. Here come those mutas though. They're gonna kill a couple of Lings.
Yeah, Really, he's fine with that, though. It just frees up some more supply here for drones. Ooh, good pull on the drones there from Ptak. Not even losing a single drone
but
yet.
This is the problem though, is if you look at the choke right there, no defense for the mutas. And this is the one issue I have with Spores is you cannot let Lings get in, which I think they are. I think DuGu's about to move command this.
Yeah, it's a lot of Lings too. Here we go. Mutas are going to probably pick off another Ling or two.
Here he comes. I think DuGu's got it. I think he's gonna. Whoa, he's going for the Spores. I don't know about that. Lings and Mutas trying to combo, but there are Scourge out for Ptak. There's Mutas out for Ptak, and he has the Spore, and he didn't even kill that Spore. It's still 5 versus 2. Lings are gonna get into the main, but he can just retreat to the Spores. But now the Natural's open again. Oh.
2 Mutas at the Natural. Wow,
Nice.
DuGu doing a great job kind of cutting these off, but the Spore's going to survive. Wow,
Yep.
I'm surprised. Ptak played that phenomenally. What do you do now if you're DuGu?
You're dead. I told you, Ptak seems comfortable in this scenario where he's got eco lead. He doesn't care about playing Spores. He's fine with that position. Now he just needs to compound that lead, evaluate where he is. Oh, I snuck Mutas across the map. How'd that happen? I didn't even see it.
I didn't see it either. Man, 1 drone, 2 drones going down. Looks like he's going to counter a 3rd. I mean, he'll gladly give up these Mutas in order to just ransack the eco here of DuGu. And actually going to get out. Looks like we have Lings out on the map now for Ptak. Maybe going to go for a counterattack with those Lings at some point as well. Very, very nice.
Yeah, and he drew all those units out of position. It's a smart move from DuGu to come running back, and also the Overlord spots it, so doesn't seem like these Lings are going to do that much damage, but the idea was there. I think Ptak just lost track of his Link. Now look at this. He knows that the Mutas are out of position again, so what's he do? He moves into the darkness and potentially could go for another counterattack.
Yeah, there's no Spores at DuGu. That's the one big advantage of Spores is like they're the ultimate anti-counter, right? They're always going to be there, whether you look away at her or not, you know? So I kind of like this from Ptak. If DuGu gets too greedy here, he'll lose his entire drone line.
Yep, and even though Ptak doesn't have second gas just yet, he's still going to get it much faster than DuGu. We've got +1 armor coming in for the Mutas, but there is not that big of a gas gap right now. Actually, DuGu's in a playable position because his Muta count I feel like is always going to be higher than Ptak's because he's still going to get his extractor relatively quickly. Here come the Lings though, but the Mutas are going into the main.
Oh, here we go. Counter coming in. Zerglings at the Natural. Yep, Mutas in the main. Wow, no drones being picked off in the main quite yet. Here we go. Lings kind of dancing around, but it looks like DuGu should be able to get on top of this Mutaforce. Nope, he's going to back off. That's huge. I mean, that's just so much damage here. And Ptak can just retreat back to his Spores, go back to his main, and I mean, he's just got way better eco now, right? Like, he's had more drones the whole time. That just got increased. He's been on 2 gas forever. DuGu's on 1. Yes, DuGu has the bigger Mutaforce for the moment, but that's only for the moment. Eventually, Ptak should be able to catch up here.
Yeah, it's 7 Mutas versus 10, and you can see in the gas difference, there's a 350 gas advantage for Ptak, so he's going to be able to catch up easily. And DuGu, he has to build drones right now to try and recover his eco. He's not even mining his main, but every time he builds a drone, he's not building a Muta, and we know Ptak is pure Muta man. He's got so much money, he could double expand with no impact into his econ.
Yeah, and he should. I mean, that could be his passive pressure right now, right? If he takes the 3rd base, DuGu has to scout it out. Not only scout it out, he's got to prevent it. And when he prevents it, that's another opening for Ptak to just counter. Yeah, this is not looking great for DuGu here. This could be his BSL life.
It's sure looking like this game is Ptak's to take. I wouldn't even actually mind if there was Hydras in this game, but instead he's going to just commit to the Mutalist. He's going into Hive, and you've just got so many options as Hive. You've got Ensnare, if you want to go for that. You've got Plague. You've got Devourers. All 3 of those obliterate just pure Mutas. So DuGu may be alive for now, but it doesn't matter whether Ptak ends it now or ends it in the next couple minutes. There's no counter to what Ptak has.
Yeah, absolutely not. I mean, he's just got more of everything at this point. I would say even the Muta count is comparable at this point. Third base does get scouted here from DuGu, and now it's tough decision time, right? Like, do you give him another base? Do you give him even more of an eco lead and try to play your way out later? Or do you got to make something happen?
Yeah, well, he's got to do something, because as soon as Greater Spire's done, this game's done. So DuGu probably has one attack, and this is probably it. Killing the third base is not enough. He's got to kill either the main or the natural. But how do you do it? All the mutas are there. There's multiple spores there. There's 3 spores there. There's no chance of that happening. He doesn't have Ling support. So it's not like there could be a big muta battle and Lings rack up all the drone kills. Well, here we go. Muta versus muta.
Yeah, it looks like DuGu kind of pressuring out. Okay, using the Scourge to come in here and... Ooh, but still somehow didn't get a great connect. There we go, 1 muta going down. But I think Ptak just has too many mutas here. DuGu trying to retreat. Ptak not quite staying on it. But he will defend his third here. I mean, yeah, this is all Ptak at the moment. Ooh, big connections though with those Scourge, and suddenly Ptak forced to retreat.
I mean, DuGu might win this fight, but in the end, it just doesn't. It doesn't matter. There's so many Lings. Also, the hive is done. Greater Spire's being morphed, so we are going into Devourers. Now, these mutas are kind of hurt from Ptak. You can see 1 die. The micro from DuGu is there, but he didn't see the Lings move out at all.
Yeah, this Ling counter, I mean, at least there's a sunken at the natural. It's going to be greeted by a couple muta as well. But I mean, every drone hurts so bad here for DuGu. Does only get 1 drone so far. Okay, second drone falls. But at least there's no mining going on at the natural here of Ptak. Remember, he still does have that third base, but doesn't look like much is really going on there so far.
Yeah, look at the gas of DuGu compared to Ptak. If muta count's even, actually DuGu can just build more mutas right now. The problem is that Greater Spire is moments away from completing, and all you need is 3 Devourers, and that's game changer, massive game changer. But this third base might actually die.
It could die, but it's forcing so much focus. Yeah, DuGu doesn't even want to kill it because he knows he needs all of his mutas to try to defend these Zerglings. So, I mean, Ptak needs to get some spores down there, and then he'll be fine.
Yep, it looks like DuGu's rebuilt his econ enough where he's actually got a third base going up at top left, but he still is unaware that Hive and the Greater Spire Devourer Death unit is coming in just a few moments. Ptak, he's stabilized his natural, so he's starting to mine his gas there. I see that he has something mining at his third base. He just needs to get spores set up there, and that will be safe. And the first 2 Devourers are about to enter the field. 3 Devourers.
Once these Devourers are up, I mean, there's just no fighting this if you're DuGu until you get to Hive Tech yourself. Those Devourer spores just deal so much additional damage muta versus muta that you would never want to take a fight. So we're about to see Ptak very clearly take map control here away from DuGu. DuGu, though, looks like he's got his sights set on bottom left here. His third base will be canceled from this group of Zerglings here. Looks like they have crack even, and +1. So very nice. Muta's forced to go top left, and it looks like a big Muta or Zergling counter going and hitting bottom left as well, but that's actually just triggered a full-on counter attack here from Ptak. He knows he's got the Devourers. You know, he wants to use them, and I think it's a good choice here.
Look at the Mutas insta-run. If the Scourge can connect onto the Devourers, there could be a world where the Mutas win for DuGu, but they did not, and every single Muta got hit by the Acid Spores, and we're just going to see DuGu's supply absolutely plummet down to 39 versus 70. Mutas are doing as much as they can, but it just doesn't matter. The Spores are too strong.
Yeah, those Acid Spores just deal so much additional damage here. I gotta say, it was even closer than I was really expecting from DuGu, but I mean, the Link Flood here should end it. There's just nothing left here, unfortunately, for DuGu. And Ptak taking down DuGu 2-0, man. Very, very solid play there from Ptak, and he's actually going to end up moving on to face off against UltrA next to see who else makes it out of this group.
Yeah, and Ptak does have good macro in Zerg versus Terran. I've had a couple split games on what was that 4-player map? It was a couple seasons
Vermeer,
ago.
Polypoid.
It was a couple seasons ago. Space map, 4 players. Protoss versus Zerg. Protoss players really liked it because you had your natural on the high ground. I forget the name, but we've had some epic games, CBT. Yeah, Revolver. That was it.
Oh, I love that map. Yeah.
I know that Ptak has strong VVT, and he's got a good chance taking down UltrA. I think today DuGu just wasn't on his game. You could see it in the UltrA game. It was weird decisions with the counterattacks all game long. But
he's playing pretty late his time. I'm sure, probably had something to do with it, right? Like it's just, he's probably just a little tired, but still, quite an impressive player, and definitely someone we're going to look forward to at future VSLs for sure.
Yeah, I think next season DuGu will definitely play better. But we'll be going into a break, and then we'll find out who's going to be our last finalist from Group B. Is it going to be another Zerg, or is it going to be our first Zerg, or is it going to be our first Terran?
Hello and welcome back, everybody, to BSL16 Group B. We're finally down to our last match of the day here, and yeah, now it's going to be a Zerg versus Terran. So I know we're both excited here.
Yeah,
It's
and
going to be.
go ahead.
I was just going to say Ptak Ultra, man. It's going to be pretty epic.
Yeah, it should be good. And what I was going to say is, we actually got nobody replaying each other, right? We didn't have Ultra versus DuGu again. We didn't have Ptak versus Dewalt again. We literally get to see everybody face off versus everybody and see who's the actual best two players in this group. And I think both players have a good shot here. You saw Ultra beat DuGu. He's got good TVZ. Ptak also has pretty darn good ZVT too. When he gets to late game, like I said in Zerg versus Protoss, where he builds Ultras, he builds a lot of Ultras in versus Terran. And for Terran, it's pretty hard to stop, 15 Ultras coming at you, especially if you're down upgrades.
Oh, for sure, man. I mean, you can really just kind of overwhelm Terran once you get that good upgrade count. And yeah, like 10 big Elephant Boys charging, in on the Terran force here. So, and I mean, the other thing we got to say is, honestly, one of Patak's best games today was obviously against Dewalt. And that was in a scenario when it got to that 4+ base count mark. So, everything we've seen so far would lead you to believe Ptak definitely just wants to get that strong eco down, and he can play very comfortably from there. So we have actually map number 1 here. Looks like it's going to be Nemesis. You don't see as many games on this map. What are your thoughts on Nemesis for this matchup?
Well, since it's like blockchain, I'm just sitting here thinking, how's Terran going to kill the free third base for Zerg? So yeah, I think this is a veto Terran versus Zerg. It's just so hard. But again, because it's new, it comes down to how much you practice. Nada had that insane nuke rush versus Larva as the counterplay to blockchain, and it was so close to working. Lately we've seen tank Valkyrie pushes be unstoppable. So I think something like that could be the demise of Ptak if he tries to power too hard.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I think, kind of the one weakness for on the Zerg side of things is, yes, it is a free third. You'd always want to take a free third, but rallying units from that free third can prove to be a little difficult. You got to be on your toes. You got to be really, kind of watching the mini map because stuff just wants to get stuck back there. So, there might be some ability here for Ultra to kind of play with that, but yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Looks like we are ready to get into it here. It's going to be game number 1, Ptak going up against Ultra on Nemesis. And spawning bottom left of Nemesis as the red Terran once again, we have UltrA.
And in the top right, our blue Zerg knocking out DuGu. It is Ptak.
Cross map, Nemesis, 4-player map, big map, lots of bases. I'm already really happy to see this because likely this is going to already be going to late game. You know what I mean? The third's so easy to defend for Zerg. There's not really going to be a ton of mid-game play from Terran to really, pick that off, whether it's a stim rush timing or something like that, because Zerg's only concerned with really defending their natural. And the natural's just so freaking far away here if you're poor Ultra. At the same time, we could see Ultra go mech here, right? Oh, whoa. 9 pool.
He could go mech, and that is a 9 pool, and that's completely opposite of what I thought Ptak was going to go for. I was going to say, I think Ptak going for a 3 hatch before pool could be really good, because we saw Ultra's placement on butter of the racks. It was right next to that depot, way far away from the entrance, and if you're not going to 8 racks, if you're not going to put a racks at a normal forward position, I mean, 3 hatch is just never going to take a lot of damage. But instead, Ptak has decided he wants to be aggro, and actually Ultra put down a 10 racks, so it's slightly faster. He knows he's playing Ptak, who is quite aggro in ZVT, and I guess he just wants to be able to have, half a Marine faster in case there are Lings on his doorstep.
Yeah, this is interesting. I think obviously, you know, Ptak would not have picked this build given these circumstances if he knew. But if it goes unscouted, you know, if Ultra, you know, doesn't see this 9 pool coming, there's definitely a chance for big damage with the natural being at high ground and the main being low ground. But yeah, I guess we're just gonna have to wait and see. And actually, yeah, it's not gonna get scouted. The SCV going back to the main looks like a second SCV moving out cross map here.
Wow, he got really lucky to send the Lings that direction. Because why did the SCV come back instead of going to top right? I don't know,
Yeah.
but he does miss it because of that. The drone ends up surviving, and these are these are forward Marines, man. Like, they have no way to get back to the main easily.
Oh my gosh, dude, this is hilarious. He's definitely done this before.
No.
Yep, he's definitely done this before, and he's gonna have a drone to fight here too. If he cancels the extractor anyway. Oh my gosh, dude. Massacre. Just massacre here for Ptak. Ultra just losing Marines left and right. SCVs being pulled off the line. Command center being delayed. And yeah, there's still 5 Lings left. I'm surprised that Ptak backed up there, to be honest with you.
Okay. Actually, yes, I realize Ultra lost a lot there. But the fact that Ptak is doing a Dewalt is having a Dewalt moment again where he's building more Lings. Throwing away his lead, man. This bunker is going to complete. And why do you have more Lings to fight a bunker?
I don't know. I don't know. But at least he has map control, right? Like, maybe if he could at least just defend these SCVs, then he can keep Ultra in the dark. I mean, come on. He delayed that command center. He killed some Marines. Like, he should be in a good spot here. But it could have been optimized a little better. I agree with you, for sure.
He's still at a good position, but these 4 Lings could have been 2 drones, which we've talked about all day long. 1 or 2 drones is a big deal. Ultra's going to move out with 5 Marines because there's nothing here to spot them. The Ultra doesn't, the Overlord doesn't spot them. The Lings are chasing the SCV. The Overlord's moving out of position, so it's not going to spot the Marines, is it?
Oh, it is.
Oh,
it's
traitor Marine. Why is it there?
Well, I mean, losing an Overlord's huge. Oh my gosh.
He got it.
Okay. I think, wow, this is crazy. This is super back and forth. At least Ptak will see the bio on the map here. Seeing 5 Marines, though, it's even going to force him to turn around. And Ultra getting away with murder here, I feel like. He's forced that sunken. The layer is already delayed. I can't believe that he's coming back so well in this. This is crazy.
Yeah. Ptak is still in a good position because he obviously has that 3rd base, which can't be punished at all. But Ultra, he's recovered his SCV count. He's starting to get gassed. Ptak really delayed his gas a long time too, so it's not like his Spire is even close to done. I don't even know if his lair is done. So Ultra's gonna, his lair's not even done. Remember, we saw 545 Mutas pop out in the DuGu game. So Ultra has all the time in the world to get his range upgrade, stem upgrade, or go into factory if he even wants to do that. SCV's just gonna waltz on in. Don't mind me. I'm gonna just scout that main.
Yeah,
that's a huge scout. Because if I'm Terran, I would have thought that the Ire's maybe halfway done. But instead, he sees it just started.
Yeah, that's big info. I mean, that means just more drones, right? It means that Ultra can kind of delay those turrets a little more, kind of buy himself more time to get back into this one. But wow, we're seeing that Ultra's SCV count 29 to the 24 drones of Ptak. Ultra scouting mid-right, recognizes that the 3rd base isn't located there, so it has to be at 12 o'clock.
Yeah,
wow.
It's the only place that it could really be on a map like this. So he knows that since your layer's so late, you must have a 3rd base hidden somewhere. He's not able to drill to top middle to confirm it unless he goes all the way to top left. Oh, can he? There is a mineral patch there, so actually he can confirm it.
But once the assimilators are killed, only a ghost can fit through. Yeah. So yeah, unfortunately that's going to be cut off. But I mean, seeing the assimilators dead there, it pretty much confirms it. Zerg wouldn't want to invest that much time, I feel like, into Zerglings for killing assimilators unless you're actually going to take the base.
Well, we've got the Marine Medic move out, as expected, and this really looks like it's going to be Ultraman from Ptak already. He's already got 4 Sunkens up, and just knowing Ptak loving his Ultras, it feels like these mutas are just, a mid-game thing. Gonna probably see an Evolution Chamber come down pretty soon. That's probably it, in fact. Oh, that's a Hydrogen, actually.
Oh, he heard you, and he just wanted to prove you wrong. He's like, nope, I'm actually going pure Hydra. Pure Hydra this game.
Pure. I would love that. Show me pure Hydra.
Evo Chamber in the main. That's on par with how Ptak's been playing. He likes to get that early armor upgrade. Why not? It's very key against Bio. Ooh, taking a little bit of damage on those Muta there. 8 Muta though, very fearsome force for Ultra to have to defend.
Yeah, but softening up the Muta always feels great as Terran. Also, now...
What if the Bio kill these eggs and just march into the main here?
Yeah, you can do that. You can do that. But the Overlord will spot it. However, Muta's going into the main. Marines are going to get picked. Okay, they're not going to get picked off. Good reaction from Ultra to only lose 2 Marines there while really damaging a couple of the Mutas. Takes down one of the eggs. I can see he's scaling his tech well. Also, Starport already started.
Yeah, he needs to really focus on those eggs. If that's the play, he's got to start that timer here. Ptak, not really able to scout this out quite yet, or not putting... I mean, he knows that Bioforce is out on the map, so like he should know something's going on. There's no reason why you would just not do anything with a force out on the map here. Ooh, good SCV pick up there. Killed a turret as well, does Ptak. But Ultra's force still moving in here.
Yeah,
ooh, might be able to get a couple Overlord kills. That would be nice.
If Ultra just sends everything top right, I think he actually wins this game. Because Ptak committed almost nothing to Mutas. There's no Lurkers. There's no Sunkens in the main. These are damaged Mutas too, so... Okay, there goes 2 of them already. I really think if he just sends everything top right, he can just go in and kill it.
It looks like that's what he's doing. We're seeing some units trailing in from the middle of the map here to top right. There's no... there is a Lurker egg, though. Looks like it's just about to complete here for Ptak. So if he can get that Lurker to that ramp right now, maybe paired with the Mutas, he could do it. But it's not going. Oh, there we go. Okay. He gets the scan down. Okay, so he does see the Lurker here. Is he going to go for it? It is only 1. He should just go.
Yeah,
yep,
just go.
Scan.
Oh, the Lurkers are late. The second one's too late. I think Ultra's done it. More are popping out, but they're not in position. This is +1 Lurker, or +1 Marines too. 2 Lurkers versus this amount of bot. There's no way.
Wow, what a play here from Ultra on this map. Man, I mean, you were talking about it earlier. This normally is such a difficult map for, Terran versus Zerg, because you normally can't make those kind of attacks. Like, that's normally not even a thought of entrance, but wow, Ultra had a plan and executed it very well. That was very nice to see.
Yeah, I think Ptak definitely had the Lurkers on time. I think he just forgot that they were there at the natural. It took him a long time to get in position. If he had just 2 set up, even though there was not a lot of Mutas, I don't think Ultra would have gotten in. And I think that building that we saw from Zerg at the very end, I think that was the Ultra Cavern. So they were on the way.
Shoot, yeah, it would have been a different game for sure if he had 1 or 2 Ultras there stuffing the ramp with the Lurkers. But so it goes. Like you said, it was a thin timing, but Ultra made it work. And if Ptak just moved a few more units a little quicker, might have been able to hold there and take it. But as is, that's actually going to be Ultra going up in this series 1-0 against Ptak. And that should be Patak's map pick now. Think we'll see Circuit Breakers?
Yeah, it's got to be Vermeer or Circuit Breakers. I can't imagine it being any other choice from him.
The one thing is no gas at the 3rd for Circuit Breakers. So a lot of Zerg's like, yeah, it looks like it's going to be Vermeer. Vermeer just always a solid choice, I think, against Terran. Zergs need that 3rd gas. Every single base on the map has a gas, so why not? It's a solid map. I actually think Ultra would prefer this map as well. It's like the one thing. Ultra plays very, very strong, can take those quick thirds, plays mech, so we'll have to see, what Ptak chooses to kind of switch things up here. But yeah, it looks like we are ready to get into game number 2 here. It is Ptak facing off against UltrA. UltrA are currently up 1-0, and here we go. Let's get into the game. And spawning top right as the red Terran, it is UltrA.
And in the bottom right, our blue Zerg, it is Ptak, and this time around, Overlord not going the direction that he wanted it. Ultra's gonna probably find Ptak first. Well, no, he's probably not gonna find Ptak first. He's probably gonna find him last, but Ptak is probably gonna find Ultra first with his drone, but not gonna have an Overlord in position to scout move outs.
That's fine. What's common on this map for Zergs is that second Overlord can kind of scout mid-right a little bit-ish, like when Terran forces are going over the ramp and stuff, so still a pretty useful Overlord positioning on this map. So even if you're not able to get over Terran Cliff, like, there's still stuff he can do. But yeah, he will at least get, or should get, a fairly quick drone scout off top right and know that exactly what Ultra's up to fairly quickly.
Yep, and again, we got that patented depot placement right up there. I think you can fit the racks again, but this time around not opting for it up there, and you can see again another 10 racks. I've experimented with this a decent amount. It's like 5 to 7 seconds faster than a normal racks, and Marine only takes like 15 seconds. So it does get you basically an additional Marine for when a 9 pool hits. Like, you're not scrambling with just one Marine, you're definitely going to have 2, which is a big DPS boost. So I like this a lot from Ultra. And Ultra, for some reason, not going to top left, which is the normal scout pattern. Instead, he's going to get lucky here, switch up his scout pattern, and go bottom right and find him in the first spot.
And it looks like Ptak actually going to scout cross map too. That's a little interesting. He will see this SCV moving under his second Overlord. Looks like it's going to scout the natural. And actually, this is going to be 3 hatch out of Ptak. I don't know about this. Gas still not taken. This was a 12 hatch, 11 pool, but then Ptak actually making a couple more drones. I don't know. I mean, you know my thoughts on this. I don't think 3 hatch... 3 hatch, like, at a third hatch at a third base, I think can be good in certain scenarios, but not standard 3 hatch. I think we don't see this super often for a reason, and that reason is 5 Rex is just super duper strong. So I'm a little surprised to see this.
Yeah, and you were telling me Ultra likes 5 racks, so if you're a
we
5
saw
racks
it.
player and you see this, you're thinking, thank you, this is a gift from the gods, because now he can literally just do exactly what he wants. Now, pulling 2 SCVs, I guess he thought Lings were coming, but actually not. So I guess that's a little bit of a win. Somehow Ptak mind gamed him with that. 6 Lings actually are being produced from Ptak, but this is not going to be enough. I don't even think he needs to pull an SCV for this, but regardless, good defense already from Ultra. He should hold it.
He's making a bunker, right? Yeah. Yeah, he's completely fine here. I mean, we saw when DuGu tried to 3-hatch Ultra earlier today. Ultra just plays safe and standard 5 Rex. I mean, he didn't even have the SCV count, I think, appropriate, but it still didn't seem to matter. So, yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Yep,
well,
eBay going down very quickly. Wow.
Forcing a bunker is a big win for Zerg. You do not want to build a bunker as Terran. You want to scale into those Raxes much faster. You don't want to cut SCVs, and this really does hurt Terran a lot. Now, I realize Zerg did commit 6 links to that, which is definitely not negligible, but it does disrupt Terran's build quite a lot. SCV is going to die. Now, if he was facing somebody like Zealot or Shine or something, that would be a big pick-off, because Hydrogen could come down just instantly. But the fact that it's Ptak, and I don't think I've ever seen him lurkerling all in, not the biggest deal.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. It's fun to catch Terrans off guard with those big lurkerling timings occasionally, but I mean, it happens so rare, and you have to do it so rarely because, you know, good Terrans just recognize it. They get the bio down in time. Oh! Oh! Wow, Cast a
is
Curse
it
strikes
hydrogen?
again.
Wow, I can't believe it. Well, okay.
I
guess
mean,
this, yeah.
I feel like this could be a fake, right? Like, you know, because the one thing you could do with 3 hatches, you get both the Spire and the Hydroden. And the fact that the Hydroden didn't line up with the lair, I was assuming this was a fake, but maybe not. Maybe he's actually just going lurker.
Well, Ptak got like vertical spawns, and he has like a direct pathway to the main, so I kind of hope it's lurkers and drops. He's got enough gas to get drops. We'll see if he actually wants to, but he's building more lings, which means that it's probably just going to be ling lurker flood. Now, this is a really hard thing to stop when it's on 2 hatch. I don't know about 3 hatch, because you can see the comm sets, they're done, and they're going to scan it, and because the lurkers aren't coming, you know, within the next 30 seconds, you know, you're going to have additional scans available. You're going to have multiple bunkers. So I don't know how well this is going to play out as a 3 hatch move, but oh my god, he missed it. But he did see more lings being built. He sees the Evo, and the thing is he saw more lings. I gotta tell you, if a Zerg player's building more lings, and I think they're going mutas, and I'm going 5 racks, I don't even have to move out. Just let them kill themselves. So I think Ultra probably already knows that it's lurkers, even though he didn't scan it. That's a factory.
He is getting a second bunker at the natural, and if that's a factory before 5th racks.
Yeah, this is not going to be a 5th rack. It's going to be a factory. He saw the lings at the natural. There's no reason Zerg's ever building lings with mutas. It's just no. Yeah. So that is 100% a factory. Ultra already knows, and he knows that he just has to not die now.
And so he moves out to not die, but the 2 fire bats actually cleaning up here does a good amount of damage to these lings. Will force the ling retreat. That was still fine. I think still a decent trade.
Yeah, that's fine. Two fire bats. I mean, he also had a lot of stuff just rallied at his natural, so even if he lost that army, he still would defend the counterattack. But actually, Ptak has somehow a decent amount of money where he's affording this 4th hatch and 3rd base. Now, I like this. These lurkers are slightly forward and could have caught Ultra with a hold position lurker, but like I said, I think Ultra already knows that it's lurkers, so he's just being cautious, moves back, acts like he's attacking, but actually not, and now gonna go into 1 starport, 1 factory, and probably go for a 3 tank push vessel timing.
Yeah, really good patience by Ultra to recognize and to fall back. A lot of Terrans wouldn't, right? You'd think, oh, I just got a handful of Zerglings, it might be time to do some damage, but yeah, Ultra just, as I say that, man, I'm going to stop talking. I'm just going to stop talking, I think.
Well, it could have been worse, right?
Could have been worse. Could have been way worse.
He is going to lose his whole army here. This is a lot. And remember, the evolution chamber was really fast. So, okay, actually doesn't have armor just yet, but it could be kicking in just a second.
Yeah, once that kicks in, that's going to be a big power spike here for Zerg. Bio all kind of going down here. Is there a breach possibility?
Actually, he might die. He doesn't. Well, he does have 1
if
fire
he waits for armor.
He needs to stem. He's got to unload instead, but he didn't stem. But the fire bats are just so strong, man. In a bunker, look how fast the lings die.
Oh man. Both bunkers do go down, though.
They do die, but he's still got a bunker on his ramp, which is exactly what you should do if you think you're going to get busted. You just hold the ramp.
Ooh, good focus fire on the lurkers. The lurkers do fall, and he keeps his natural for the time being. 35 SCVs to 24 drones, but 3rd base just completing now for Ptak. He is transitioning in this game. Siege is up now, though. That is a big timing here for Terran. And Zerg's got to go, and he knows it. Zergling's trying to get on top of this bio. Bunker on top of the ramp. Lurkers on the low ground trying to focus fire the single siege tank. Zergling's just getting massacred here, though. And yeah, it looks like Ultra going to have to give up the natural for a second here. But as soon as that siege tank's repositioned, he should be fine.
Yeah, Ptak was really low on drones, but now he's built it up to a decent amount of econ, and forcing the lift from Ultra gets him back into the game. Tank vessel timing is still going to be an issue though, but the fact that he killed all the Marines and medics is fantastic. If he can just pump out units now, get maybe like 6 lurkers and just ridiculous amounts of lings, I think he can stop any push that Terran throws at him. He does have Hive coming, so that's great for him. He did start +2 armor too. I don't know if Ultra has started +2 weapon, so Ultra needs to start that if he hasn't, and he has not.
Wow. Look at the drone count too from Ptak. I mean, he's really just making the most of this positioning. Third base already up, and it doesn't look like really Ultra's going to be able to get much pressure done anytime soon here. Wow, good control there, actually backing up against that lurker. So he has at least reformed his natural, can now transfer those SCVs and get a little more efficient mining, but man, Ptak is doing what he's got to do to still make this a game.
Yeah, need to wait for one more tank and at least one more round of Marines, and actually this attack could be pretty strong because it seemed like Patak's lurker count is lacking right now, but still needs to be careful because, you know, counterattack could be coming. There's no bunkers anymore. And I don't think he really scanned what exactly Ptak has right now. But we are moving out. It is just 4 lurkers. I don't think that's enough, actually. So this may be a game-ending win, a game-ending move for Ultra.
Yeah, no Defiler yet. I mean, that's really kind of the big deal with 3-hatch style. Your tech gets so severely delayed. We do have some lurkers morphing in, and here we go. Flank timing. Great positioning on the lurkers here from Ptak. And oh my gosh, he just massacred Ultra's army here. That was not... Oh no, and the siege takes walking into the lurkers as well. I mean, you could not have asked for a better engagement there from Ptak.
Yeah, you scan and you see the lurkers are morphing and you just think, oh, he doesn't have anything. So you go for it and you don't consider that there could be stuff out in the darkness. And Ptak with the perfect attack right there, the perfect lurker pop, and he kills the entire army easily. And now with Hive coming up and with +2 armor at an advantage over Terran's +1 weapon, Ptak is in a really, really good position now.
Yeah, he honestly is. He even sees that vessel on the map. He could have maybe tried to scourge it, but wow. Big 10 lurkers in the center of the map. I mean, that's going to be quite a force for Ultra to try to deal with so far. He has the Defiler mountain down now, double Evo chamber, so he's right on par with, you know, everything he'd really want given the current situation here. You know, it looks like Ultra trying to move out. I don't know about this. I think you kind of cut your losses and maybe just try to take a third.
Yeah, I don't know what Ultra really wants to do. I mean, he has to do something, because if he just sits here versus a Zerg that already has 3 bases running, has a ton of lurkers, and if they just set up a contain outside your base with with Dark Swarm, I mean, you're never getting out. So really rough situation for Ultra. This is a good attack from him if he can avoid the spines. He's just standing and fighting. He does have +1 armor. That was actually not a bad trade. He also saved his vessel, saved the majority of his medics too. I think that was okay. The problem is that Ptak is taking a 4th base while all this is happening, and look at his gas getting higher and higher and higher. It's just any moment, I'm sure we're going to see the Ultras come.
Yeah, we've got no Ultra Cavern yet. Wow, that's a little surprising given it's Ptak, but I mean, he's doing what he can here. Ooh, Lurker's on a good spot. I'm surprised we don't have a Defiler with this. But the vessels need to be looking out for these Defilers here as soon as they can and start irradiating them. Or he could be in trouble. Like you said, all it takes is just 1 Defiler and, you know, a couple Lurkers, and they can just siege your natural forever, it feels like.
Yep, well, I love Ptak's spread of vision. Look at his overlords. He's got clear vision throughout the entire center of the map, even on the mid-left side. Like, he sees everything. So he's just shadowing the Marine medic moving across the map. There's Lings and a Defiler there, so a Plague would be devastating. Or the Orange Cloud, of course, equally devastating.
Ooh, very good. He needs to get those Scourge on top of a couple vessels, though. Oh, looks like they will go down. Very nice. I mean, that great trade for Ptak there. It's exactly what he's looking for. He's damaged some of these vessels, take a couple of them out, and what did he lose? A handful of Zerglings. Who cares about a handful of Zerglings, you know? He's just... he really needs to just get Plague up. That's kind of the next step in this. Once there's Plague, Ultra's going to need to back off, or he's going to die very quickly.
Oh, another move out. 2 vessels, only 2 lurkers, so the Marines will kill this easily. Actually, Ptak setting up for a counterattack. You can see Lings and a single Defiler moving to the center, and that was a huge shot from the spines, and Ultra missed the counterattack. Now, this is quite open, but the Defilers have the orange cloud, so it pushes it back, and at the same time, Ptak's going to counter the natural, and I don't think there's any answer to this.
Yeah. I mean, it's just too many lurkers. It's going to be too much damage at this point. Well, unless we don't use the orange cloud. If we don't use the orange cloud, it could be bad.
Yeah, the pressure at the front drew the attention of Ptak away from his own attack. And that's actually a game-saving move for Ultra because there was no way to actually stop that. He had no fire bats. He didn't have any vessels other than that single one. But look at this control of the Marines and fire bats, actually dealing a ton of damage. But there's too many Lings, I guess, eventually overrunning it. And I'm very worried now for Ultra because I see +2 is complete on the armor for the Lings. Yep. And +3 should be just moments away.
Yeah, that +2 armor is a big turning point in this matchup, especially once you get the Ultras out, which I would assume Ptak's definitely moving towards here. We have more lurkers, Lings on the map, but Ultra just trying to put pressure on, trying to take some of the focus away from his side of the map. He's got a few vessels still alive here, looking for those Defilers, and here we go. We got the big Ultras on the map. It's only a matter of time now.
Yeah. There's just not enough supply for Ultra. Zerg is down. I mean, Ultra's down supply to Zerg. So, wow, that's great focus fire. And he's fighting at a moment where the Ultras don't have +4, but it just doesn't matter. There's just not critical mass on the bio. And there's no BCs. There's no tanks, really. It's just 6 racks production. There's no way Ultra can keep up with this macro from Ptak.
Yeah, I mean, it's just starting to get overwhelming at this point. We already have that 4th gas up, as we know is a big key turning point in this matchup for Zerg. Plenty of drones now at that 4th base. Ultra Tech is up. 5 armor, that +3 just now kicking in here for Ptak. And yeah, we finally have a Defiler grouped with the Force as well. And that's gonna, I mean, it's just a matter of time at this point. GG is called there from Ultra, and actually it's going to be Ptak moving on after a very good series there against Ultra. Very well done.
Was it? No, Ultra won the first game, so it's 1-1 now. We got.
Oh, you're right. You're right. My bad.
Zerg bias here, man.
Zerg bias. I was trying to.
They win 1 game. That's all they need to overcome Terran Imba. That's counts as 2 wins. Come on here.
I mean, you know, it is Zerg, right? It's not nearly as easy as playing TVZ. It should count as 2 wins, but no, you're right. You're right. So it is 1-1. I was thinking he won, but I was thinking the previous matchup. But yeah, so tied up here. At least it's going to be Ultra's map pick. So, it's going to be interesting. Of all these maps, I wonder what Ultra would end up picking, given this series is all tied up now.
Not Odyssey. That's 100% not happening. So it comes down to butter or circuit breakers. I can tell you as a Terran player, every Terran loves circuit breakers. There's
what about
no
Power
Terran. Okay, or Power Bond too. Power Bond, Sylphid, or circuit breakers. It's one of those 3. So it comes.
Yeah.
I guess Ptak. It just depends on what did Ptak veto. I think Power Bond. You don't ever get practice on it. So I guess. Ultimately, it's probably Sylphid or Circuit Breakers, but I would bet Circuit Breakers.
Yeah, I'd like to see Circuit Breakers. Oh, it is going to be Circuit Breakers. Finally, we get to see a game on Nyoken's favorite map here.
Yeah, I love this map, man. It's awesome.
Looks like TVZ, 52% win rate in that matchup, so fairly even. So, yeah, it could be exciting. Ultra, definitely a player who likes to go mech, and I know this is like the map for mech, right? Like, I remember just Dandy going just mass Goliath tank every game on this map back in the day.
Yeah, Mech Switch is making a comeback because so many Zergs are playing Hydra, Ling, Defiler, Plague. It's a really hard combo. But the thing is, Hydras don't even need upgrades to one-shot units when they're Plagued. So we could see a Mech Switch, but Ultra doesn't strike me as a Mech Switch player. So I think we're just going to see big bio from him, which is fine on Circuit Breakers. Let's see what he's going to come up with, though, and get into Game 3.
Alrighty. Spawning bottom right of Circuit Breakers as the red Terran once again. It is UltrA.
And in the top right, getting a win on Vermeer, it is Ptak.
We should have just given him the win after that game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
that was
I
the only
agree.
fair way to do it, you know?
Yeah, definitely fair. Well, I don't think we're going to see Lurkerling again, Machine. What do you think?
Yeah, I definitely don't. It was a good call. It didn't even get scouted by the Comstat, but, I mean, he's still, you know, found a way to make it work. I feel like anytime I talk about 3-hatch not being that great, it works. It's funny. But he made it work fairly well there. Now, whether he decides to do something similar or maybe switch it up here, vertical positions on Circuit Breakers, I guess we'll have to see. The one thing I do respect and really like about Ptak is he has changed his build just about every game, game over game. So based solely on that, I would expect not to see 3-hatch here, but I guess we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, you also got good spawns for 2-hatch Muta. You got direct access to the expansion, very fast pathway there too. And again, UltrA, I think with the 10 racks, so he really likes this opener, and I think this is, you're going to see more and more Terran players actually do this these days. We do have, what's that, 12 hatch from Ptak, 12. Is that a pool or is that gas?
That's
I
gas.
think that's gas. Wow,
Gas before
150
pool.
gas?
This is the Rhett build, dude. Rhett likes to do this against Terran occasionally. You basically set yourself up to have a very strong mid game with just the extra Vespian gas you receive from this. You know, you could build the 1 or 2 extra Muta and get +1 attack that it takes to just kind of all in with Muta a lot of the time and have it really deal some big damage to Terran, but we'll have to wait and see. 3 drones on gas now. It does get scouted from UltrA. Whether he recognized the gas pool timing or not, it's hard to tell.
My experience versus this is Zerg players tend to get lair and speed at the same time. I don't know if I like that versus how UltrA's been playing, because he's been rushing a bunker every single time. And I don't see how speed's really going to help Ptak here, but we still don't know if it is going to be lair and speed at the same time. I think it is going to be, though.
Yeah.
The bunker's already going up, or it's going to go up.
Yeah, I would definitely like to see him hold off on getting speed and just going straight lair with... Oh, you're right, you're right. Huh, okay. I don't know, I definitely like the extra Muta style.
Well, sometimes this can throw you off. As Terran, you know you have a bunker, you know the opponent sees you have a bunker. There's no way you're going to build links into that, right? And then they do it all anyways. But the key here is keeping the SCV alive as long as possible, making sure you get intel on how many lings this actually is. If that third egg is lings, it's an all-in. It can't be anything else. It's an overlord.
Oh, he didn't see the egg at the natural, but it was definitely Zerglings, so this will be somewhat of a ling timing.
7 lanes versus 4 Marines, 5 Marines. Yep. See, that's the problem. Is UltrA knew that it's speed and lair combo, and look at the timing of this. Speed's gonna complete, but the bunker is gonna basically be done. And I love the depot.
Is he baiting out the?
He's baiting it. You can't do that. That is such a bait. Oh my God! Goodbye, Marines. But Marines are strong. Maybe he can hold.
Maybe.
Oh, he got something in there.
Yeah, he's got 1 Marine in there, 2nd Marine going in. Still, though, I think this is paid for itself already from Ptak.
Look, SCV's alive, so he sees it's just more and more lings nonstop. So it doesn't matter if Terran's mining their natural now, because Zerg's literally all in with this.
This is so
There's no
crazy.
Spire. No Spire, no Hydra Den.
He's just building out of his 2 racks. He's got the Academy. Not even trying to mine. He just seems happy with surviving at this point, and it seems like it's the right call.
Look at that depot. That's a complete wall depot, by the way, on the right side. So there's no flank potential on the right. All these lings, if they go for an attack, they're going to take so much damage for free That's a genius move right there from Ultra. He still doesn't know what the tech is. Like I said last game, when you see this amount of lings, you think it's lurkers, and that's what it is. Unfortunately for Ptak, because he was so busy microing those lings, he really did miss his Hydra Den timing. So this is like 45 seconds later than it could have been.
Yeah, I mean, you always want to have that hydrogen completed as second the layer's done. So with this, it looks like Ptak forced a retreat, and Ultra might be able to even mine his own natural now. Yeah, it looks like it. And here we go, SCVs are pulled. This is the vulnerable moment. We're seeing Firebat just waltz around the mineral line, trying to get to the bunker in time, and here we go. I mean, that's 2 bunkers. There's no way, right?
Yep.
Like,
Yep. All you do as Ultra now is scan. Does this guy have mutas or hydras? It's so many lings that you think it is. Hydras, like I said, no, can't move out. He's lucky that there's no lurkers right now, like I said, because it was late.
Oh,
but really the
scan.
move here is you scan once, the natural, see if it's gas or not. Okay, he scans the main, doesn't really matter. Put down a 3rd bunker, and this game should be over.
Yeah, I mean, just good, you know, knowledge as for where he's at in the game to hit that scan inside the main. Can't get too aggressive here with the bio. It's the one way you lose it, right?
Yeah, you can't be aggressive. Actually, you can never move out versus this. You just sit, you build like 3 Firebats, because the Firebats are really what murder everything.
Well, that
And
Firebat
he
couldn't
saved
make it
Firebat.
into the bunker.
It's all right. He didn't lose that much. He definitely needs to get more Firebats though, because the problem with Ling Lurker Bus is you spend so much time shooting the Lings that the Lurkers just obliterate everything. But once you have Firebats mixed in, all of a sudden the Lings just almost do nothing. And here comes Ptak. I don't think this can work. It's not enough Lurkers.
Firebat getting picked off though.
Yeah,
it is 5
look at the
lurkers.
Ling count. It's thinned out. Does he have scans is the real issue. He does. And, well, he may only have 1 scan. Nope. He stops it, and that's probably it for Ptak.
Yeah, really unfortunate here. Looks like he is going to go in, try to maybe pick off a solo bunker, but yeah, he's got the scan ready and forces another lift up. Wow, Lurker's making it out just in time to stay alive, though. Oh, he's going for a snipe. Gets it. Very, very well done there from Ultra. Now he knows he's in a dominant position here. He's got 4 bunkers up. There's just no chance of this working. Patak's going to have to transition. And, I mean, he's 12 workers down at this point.
Yeah, I think the best chance for Ptak is just to continually go for it and pray that maybe somehow he just has enough units to bust through. But 4 bunkers is just so much.
Yeah, I mean, that was such an efficient trade here. We're seeing more Hydras, more Lings trailing in across the map here. Drone going towards top left might be looking to try to transition here. I don't know. I almost think you have to. He's scouted that there's 3 bunkers, right? Patak's not, or Ultra's not making less units right now. He's still just, and yeah, we're seeing drones kind of move in here. So he looks like he is trying to build up that eco and do some type of a transition out of this.
And I like that turret at bottom left of Ultra's base because he still hasn't scanned the natural, so he didn't know if there was gas there. Like, this could have been a drop, so I think that turret is great in case there was a drop coming. Because you also got to consider how many lurkers Ptak showed. I mean, it's only been like 5. You would wonder as Terran, like, okay, where's the gas going? It's got to be going into something, right? So you would think maybe it could be drops, but not the case. Simply because Ptak really never took his natural gas. He just didn't have any gas. He is transitioning into Hive, which I think is what you have to do at this point if you're going to transition. He's got a 3rd base going up at top left, and he has a contain. So he's not out of it yet, but it is going to be a struggle.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a struggle. There's, I mean, no Spire tech, right? So once the starport's up, drop is going to be a big issue for him to really make sure he's prepared against. He won't be able to defend top left super well from drop either, so it's not like it's just his natural that's vulnerable. I mean, at least he does have lurkers outside. He's getting that Evo chamber. He's getting a Spire, so he will have Scourge potentially in time to pick off the first vessel or something like that. But yeah, everything's looking pretty good for Ultra here.
We've got the factory add-on, so just like the Vermeer game, it's going to be a tank vessel push. I think that's the science facility. I mean, it probably is. It should be. I guess it could be a second factory, but yeah, it is the science facility. Yep. Ultra's really only lacking on barracks. We would like to see him put down 2 more, going to 4, and then he could still commit to bio if he wants, or he could still do a mech switch despite putting down a couple more racks.
What about a second starport here?
Yeah, you can go second starport here also, but I think the reason he doesn't have that is because he's spending his gas into tanks. It's kind of hard to support tanks and 2 starport vessel.
Gotcha. Okay.
Well, 2 tanks are out, so we are about to be moving out. Now that drop's going to be killer because he scanned multiple times and saw no spire, so he can move out while also going for a drop, and there's going to be no counterplay.
I actually think the spire's in time.
Oh, it is in time.
Yeah. And he does have 2 Scourge on the way, so if he just guns that first dropship over there, it's going to get picked off. Oh, it's going for it too!
Oh, he's going for it.
Oh, boy.
The timing! Ptak! Interception!
What? That's the risky thing about going for these drops. Can't do that all the time. He does get 3 Marines out at least. A little bit of loss.
It's way better than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah. Man, okay. We still have a game. Crazy.
Yeah. I was sitting in the chair doing the FB pass emote that Twitch has.
Oh, I see that.
I thought that we were going to intercept that dropship.
Yeah, we did. We just took our time with it. Well, 4 tanks now, only 5 lurkers still at this contain here for Ptak, but it looks like Ultra fine with moving around to the side here. 2 Scourge moving just north of Ultra's natural, trying to intercept any future drops that might happen, but it looks like this is the move out time now here from Ultra.
Yep, but it is right before Defiler energy, or consume, I mean, so he's gonna have be able to put down the orange clouds in time. You can see it's just now about to complete, and Ptak has split up his lurkers really nicely. He's gonna prevent any attack to top left. Nat can't be busted anymore. So actually the game has stabilized in a decent position. 100 supply to 70. That's definitely not bad for Zerg. That's fine.
Yeah, it is fine. Once you get to that 70 supply mark, you're really kind of alright. You can play from here. I like the Spore at the natural. Once Ultra gets plagued, basically, or once Ptak gets plagued, rather, Ultra can't move his vessels within position. They'll get picked off. Okay, here we go. Ooh, Defiler went down for that. I thought it did die. Yeah, I think it died. Man,
he
crazy.
got it, but the orange cloud got put down, so he's not going to be busted here. It was close to getting popped before he could put it down. But the main issue now for Ptak is 6 racks production, double starport like you're expecting, double eBay upgrades coming in. I think I saw a vulture move out, maybe. Yep, there it is. So he's going to start laying some mines out on the map, and because of the rack count, it's not going to be a mech switch, but mines are still equally deadly whether you have upgrades or not.
I like this transition here from Ultra. Once he gets mines out on the map, you know, it's going to be really difficult for Ptak to push across these bridges. Ooh, big plague though, going down. But it doesn't look like there's a lot of lurkers left here. It looks Ptak going to have to move lurkers from his 3rd to defend his natural here, and Ultra's got to be feeling pretty good. We got 4 tanks in position here, picking off an Overlord, sieging down this natural here of Ptak, but actually, ooh, very nicely done, picking off one of the siege tanks here, 2 siege tanks, and a huge plague going down.
Yeah, he's going to lose all of this, not necessarily for free, but 2 tanks are quite expensive. Well, maybe not. Those Defilers don't have any energy, and both of them die. That was a really good catch from Ultra. At the same time, Ultra's moved to top left to prevent a 4th base, and I think he has an SCV at bottom left, so he could be going for a split map.
Yeah, this is looking great.
Man.
Oh, dropships in the main. There's nothing here. Oh, I take that back. Double sunken, not bad. It looks like Ptak trying to prepare for it. Ling's finally rallying out of some eggs, and actually in some very convenient spots. The double sunken holds very easily. I'm very shocked at how easily he made that hold look. Oh, well,
still two
okay.
Marines left over,
Yeah,
but
never
yeah, the
mind,
double
2
sunkens
Marines.
did work.
Ooh, I mean, now he's starting to split up Ptak's concentration here. If he forgets about these 2 Marines for too long, that could be a dead mineral line. Ooh, nice shot onto the Plague siege tanks, and yeah, it looks like quite a few drones were lost here in the main, so another win there for UltrA.
Yeah, that was a really good drop by Terran. Meanwhile, top left hasn't been disrupted at all. Macro Hatch going down, UltrA's Cavern going down over there. UltrA finally going to be taking his mineral only. Another drop ship was produced, so he's going to be going for another drop. More vultures being made, mines being set up outside of the base, and irradiates for days, man.
I mean, the spore is really good, but yeah, we haven't seen the vessels really get plagued. Finally, 1 plague going down on a single vessel. But yeah, I don't know. Ptak's still in that position where this isn't quite held. This isn't quite stabilized. He has a 3rd base, yes. Drone count's not nearly as high as we've seen from Ptak in a lot of his previous games. And UltrA just continues his onslaught here.
Yeah, and the vessel count keeps getting higher and higher and higher. We're up at 6, a drop to top left. There's Lings coming out, the Dark Swarm comes in. So this will get cleaned up. Dropship also going to take out, or the Scourge also going to take out that dropship. But these Marines, why don't they die?
They don't.
Oh
man.
my God,
they
the
never
plague.
want to die. Oh, wow, massive plague. Exactly what Ptak needs to stay in this. Now he can't be too worried about his natural here, but boy, he's got to save that 3rd base. Looks like the extractor has already fallen. More drones still continuing to go down top left here, but there is hope. Nyoken, there's an Ultra Cavern now, top left.
Yeah, Ultra Cavern, that's all you need. And I can
One
tell you all
irradiated Ultra versus all that
Yeah.
bio. Who do you think wins? Who do you think wins? The Ultra, no
the
question.
Ultra, the Haymaker Ultra. Just run in there and kill everything.
the true eraser.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that science facility is still lifted. I'm surprised we don't see battle cruisers, because Ultra's building vultures, which is, you know, mineral only. But where's his gas going? It's still just going into constant vessels, more drop ships. The drops have done okay, but I don't feel like it's really crippled Ptak just yet. But he may be feeling like there's no way this guy's going to keep dropping, right? So maybe it'll catch him off guard. But there's no answer to these vessels. Like, I don't think I've seen a single one die.
Nope. Yeah, there never is. We are starting to see the plagues on him at
Oh
least.
no.
Ooh. He wanted to kill some drones.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. The spore, though.
Of course, it's the one with full health that gets hit.
Yeah, yeah. That's looks like
Ultra can't push in here, and he needs to be careful because the plagues are really taking a lot of damage. But now I just noticed the supply. You see that?
174 to 76. Yeah, I've been looking at it, man. Ultra definitely not one to skip on his economy. Ooh, another massive plague going down though. I like that Ptak is not irradiating the ultras here. Or ultras not irradiating Ptak's ultras here.
Yeah, he definitely.
That was
don't
tough
wanna
to
do
say. A lot of ultras in that.
that. Yeah, he needs to save those vessels though. Those are 6 that are really damaged and really isolated. And I saw Scourge being made. Okay, he is going to send them back now. 2 vessels just chilling on the left side, spotting that 4th base. Still complete map control from Ultra right now, but the high-tech units, the Ultras, are being produced out on the map. That guy's got 11 kills by himself.
Oh, we have a couple drop ships moving in top left here. Oh, Scourge going down on some of the vessels. He might not. This drop could still potentially do some damage top left here. Yeah, those vessels need to go back and get repaired. Like, once they get plagued, you should just try to keep them alive, I feel like. Ooh, another vessel dying. It looks like yep, another drop. Majority of the bio moving top left. Ooh. We gotta start using that Nidus.
This might be the killing move. Look at Ultra's attack at the 4th base and dropping the 3rd at the same time. That's exactly what you want to do. And he already irradiated the lurkers on the ramp, so he can just waltz on up there. And this looks like an unstoppable army. Maybe the orange cloud can save him because there's no fire bats. He doesn't even care about the lanes, but he should, because those are racking up some kills. But there's the Cloud, but I just don't think there's enough support.
Yeah, Cloud did go down. I mean, this is big potential damage here. Still, though, for Ultra, should he survive here. Oh, Vulture's mine's being picked off in the center.
Drop in the main. He's everywhere, man.
Oh, man.
One Marine drop. There
the
we
one
go.
Marine drop.
One
He's going to
Marine
take
and a
that pool out. Still, though, man, I mean, Ptak's supply just starting to plummet. Once again, the third gas being taken out for the second time this game by Ultra. Yeah, this is starting to feel a little overwhelming here for Ptak.
Yep, still 160 supply for Ultra, only 70 or 80 for Ptak. 4 or 5 bases for Ultra. Another drop into the natural is going to shut down this mineral line. Drones are just dying over and over and over, and Ptak has some Ultras, but he needs some support with him. Lings are just getting mowed down.
Melted, just melted. And then he picks him up just in time. Wow. He's going to go harass the main. I mean, there's no Scourge. There's just so much to do here. He's really just kind of out multitasking Ptak at this point. Oh, the one hero Ling, though.
Yeah, just can't keep up with the multitask everywhere, especially when you have no eco. He's trying to take a 4th base and the mineral only, but now Ultra's acting like he's going to attack the natural. Those vessels, I think, are still not healed, but we've got D-Matrix Marines now in the front, mowing down Lings. There's no medics here, so maybe he'll be able to hold this again.
We do have a Defiler, though. The orange cloud goes down, which means these Marines are useless now. Another vessel falling, though. The D-Matrix Marine getting a little bit of work done before falling, and it looks like Ptak barely going to clean this up.
Just barely holding on is Ptak. He's still not mining his main because the drops are just endless there. Finally, we got the add-on for the battle cruisers. Needs to transfer some SCVs to bottom left. He's still got 2 bases, so his econ's fine, but he could really start running away with the game if he got that base up and running. He's still up 100 supply, which is insane. Ptak sees the bad news that bottom middle's already taken. He still doesn't know about bottom left, though. Oh man, top left not mining either.
Yeah, top left not mining either. Hasn't been for a bit. I mean, Ptak is securing a 4th somehow, but I mean, there's nothing to stop this Bioforce outside Ptak's natural. I think this is the point of no return.
Yep, this is probably it. I don't think he can save this. Nope, no Defilers, no Lurkers. Nidus gets taken down, and Ptak, he is going to be eliminated, and Ultra cleaning up today in Terran versus Zerg.
Yeah, man, Ultra just played so impressive, taking a very serious series off of DuGu, taking out Ptak, you know, had a great series against Dewalt as well, and just playing phenomenally. He definitely deserved and earned that 2nd place position in Group Number B. Group B. Jeez, I keep saying that. Man, but very well done there from Ptak, and obviously Dewalt taking you know, that 1st place position here in Group B, you know, as expected almost. You know, really looking forward to seeing what he could do at these later stages of BSL16 as well. But yeah, well done. A Terran and a Protoss finally make it out today. So you happy a Terran finally made it through?
Yeah, man. I don't want to see all Protoss or all Zerg all the way until, like, you know, Group F or Group G or something. I want to get some Terrans through, so it's nice that we got Ultra through. I'm trying to see, who do we have next week? Do we have any Terrans there?
I hope so. I don't remember off the top of my head here.
Yeah, we got...
I think it's Zeke.
3 Protoss. No, we don't have Terrans.
Oh.
Man, we've got some stat groups, but they're not Terrans.
Though.
I mean, yeah, Group C. Yeah, you got Hawk. Out of all those players, you just pick Hawk. The Zerg, of course. We've got Oya, Hawk. We've got J-Star, the 2-gate machine, and then DN Max, who's really good PvT. I don't know about Protoss versus Zerg, but 3 Protoss again, and then in the next group, another 3 Protosses. And I think Group D is the group to watch because we've got Zeke, which is killer Zerg, and then we've got 2 NA hopefuls, Jaeyun and Boa, and Blade too, actually.
Yep. Got to go for the NA hopefuls always. But man, Zeke, he might be the best Zerg outside Korea right now and has been for a bit. So I'm definitely going to be rooting for my Zeke there. But yeah, still definitely a pretty impressive group with Boa, with JY, with Blade over there. We also got Group E. We got Boneth, Quark, Rushgoon, Julia, good mix of all the races there as well. And we even got our own caster Nyoken, Group F, going up against the Death Terran Mihu from China, man, as well as Zhao Shuai. So got a lot of China representation in Group F as well. Man, BSL just looks very, very strong this season for sure.
Yeah, tough groups this season, and just so many Chinese players. Look at them all. There's a Chinese player almost in every group except for Group D. DuGu's the first Chinese to not make it in. China crushed yesterday. Like it just seemed like a skill gap actually. Like it was just complete disaster for the foreigners. But yeah, I'm excited for next week with Group C, even though Group C and D, even though there's no Terrans.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to be cheering for my Zergs there. Hawk, big NA hopeful Zerg, maybe the best Zerg in NA at the moment. He's got some pretty stiff competition. Oya, always a big name. DN Max, J-Star from China. Should be very exciting, and I'll definitely be tuning in.
So, of course, we've got to thank our Patreon supporters. At the $100 level, we've got Star Lover, Bombastic Colonel, $50 level, My Fleeting Dream, Martin Harsmar, Striker, and Steve Schmidt, Bombastic Major, Tim Cuz, Tupacalypse, and Robert Groot. And at $20 level, Nicholas Schuler, On My Way, Gordon Bradley, is that JQ, IQ?
K bracket, I think.
KJ, I thought that was KJ at first.
Okay.
Daniel Lopez, James Quirk, LML 9 Tech, and Quirk. And of course, all you other Patreon supporters, thank you so much for supporting the BSL. I see a lot of supporters, like way more than last season, and a lot of names that I don't remember seeing. So thank you so much for becoming a Patreon supporter. And for those of you out there that are not Patreon supporters yet, if you want to get all the replays, and I do mean all of the replays of BSL, $10 or above Patreon support gets you all of them. So definitely consider doing so.
Yeah, it's always like great just to be able to like view some of these higher level replays, learn from the matches that you're watching alongside everybody else, and just it's kind of a cool way to get to learn the game and view some of the highest level play that you possibly can. So always got to be trying to support. But thank you all for tuning in here. Gotta thank our big producer Zero, once again, the guy behind the scenes making all this happen for everyone to tune in to week over week. And hats off to Zero. And thank you so much for joining me today, Nyoken. It's a fun cast, man. Hope we get to do it again soon. And thank you all for tuning in. Obviously, we wouldn't be here without you all just supporting and loving the game alongside us. So thanks, everybody. And can't wait to see you next time.